your live game night huddle, while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
That's right. Hey-o! Welcome on in to a Tuesday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, and I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We're with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Who do you think the starting quarterback for the Falcons should be? Who should be QB1 for the Atlanta Falcons? 310-840-4910 is the number to call. That's the number to text, 310-840-4910. So quick update for you. I talked about this briefly at the end of the show last night, but more news today. Full padded practice today, the first for Michael Penix. Him and Tua Tagovailoa are firmly entrenched in a battle to see who's going to be the Atlanta Falcons quarterback. Yesterday, head coach Kevin Stefanski said they are going to split first-team reps and said on Tuesday, earlier today, that he would not speculate on who will start week one at Pittsburgh. Although Ian Rappaport had some interesting reporting, Brad, he said it is, quote, unquote, impossible for Tua to earn the nod. Now, look, Tua's been bad from all accounts that I've seen from reporting and some joint practices. He played briefly in the first preseason game, and he was, 1 for 3 for like 15 yards or 20 yards, something like that, and fumbled one of the snaps. He played, it was it. It was like one series. So, I mean, like, you could overreact. You could say, you could kind of split that any which way you want. But for Ian Rappaport to say that, to report that it's going to be impossible for Tua to earn the nod, that is pretty damning. And so, Brad, you know I've been Team Penix God this entire offseason. The fact that it took him until the last week of August to get medically cleared is not great, and it was scaring me and concerning me to the point where I thought Tua might just win the job by default. But here we are. Penix is medically cleared. They're probably just about wrapping up their first full day of padded practice today, or they did a few hours ago. And we'll see. He's not confirmed whether or not Penix is going to play in the preseason finale on Friday. But, man, I'm loving this as a Penix supporter, as somebody that has backed Michael Penix, that thinks the Falcons can win the NFC South if Michael Penix is their starting quarterback. So I think without a doubt, he gives the Falcons a better chance of winning. Everybody in Atlanta, Stefanski and the fans included, should be rooting for Michael Penix to win this job because it's the only prayer they have of making the playoffs. I think Tua flat out stinks.
Yeah, and I think you've got to make sure you draft Michael Penix in one of your a dozen fantasy leagues that you're in this season. And I think the teams that you actually roster him in, you got to change the name right now to the Penix is Mightier for you SNL fans. You can run with that if you're a fan of the old Jeopardy sketch. A little bit different meaning in that sketch than what I just gave you right now, but a play on words, and it's absolutely fitting. Now, I will say this. The only thing that is truly impossible is me trying to dunk over Victor Wembanyama. I think there is a shred of a chance that Tua Tagovailoa could still start. Maybe not week one, but at some juncture this season. But yeah, every sign, every trend, every finger right now is pointing in the direction of Michael Penix, and understandably so. By all accounts, and you laid out some of them already, Tua Tagovailoa, let's call a spade, has been an unmitigated disaster throughout training camp. The couple instances we've seen him in the preseason, a guy that's just not reading, progressing, making accurate throws. Now, he was a man last season. Looking at some of the stats, our buddies at Sumer Sports have cranked out in their advanced analytics. There are a couple areas where he really thrived in his presumed final act with the Miami Dolphins. He was number 10 among qualifying quarterbacks in on-target percentage, Where was Michael Penix in that category? Number 37. Quite dreadful to say the least. Tua was also very accurate in red zone situations. He was number 4 in red zone completion percentage, where Penix was number 27 in that area. However, in other areas, Penix distance to Tagovailoa in the measurements if you're looking at some of the advanced data, Penix is number 21 in success rate. Tua was number 30. Penix is number 23 in EPA per play. Passing offense, Tua was number 31. Passing success rate, they were nearly identical. Tua one spot higher than Penix at number 16. And, of course, then MP at number 17. But I'm with you, man. I think Tua has maybe played his last start in the NFL career that he has had. And, of course, he's one head knock, sadly, away from, a permanent exit from the game. And a lot of people have been screaming and yelling, understandably so, he should have retired years ago after the number of concussions that he has absorbed, that he has suffered in his playing career. But, he showed at times he could still be a competent passer last season. But right now, man, he is regressing and regressing sharply. I think Ian Rappaport is completely accurate as reporting. There are other boots on the ground there near this Atlanta Falcons franchise that have said similar things. It was just all a matter of time whether Penix could recover in time and shake out the rust and the dust to get out there and spend some wounded ducks of his own, the general direction of Kyle Pitts and Drake London. And checking down, of course, that Bijan Robinson was the best receiving back, one of the best receiving backs in the National Football League. So the only way Atlanta is going to be remotely competitive this season is if Michael Penix is under center. I should have listened to you. And in fact, I did, Pat. You have sage and wise words, my friend. And you were so passionate standing on your soapbox the last month and a half talking about how Tua is absolutely cooked. He is done. He is 6 feet under right now in terms of his NFL playing career. That I'm in a lot of super flex fantasy football drafts, essentially 2 quarterback formats. And I always want to have a third quarterback on my bench. The injury ramp is always lurking. Ineptitude sometimes strikes some of your starting passers. And I'm like, man, I got to have a crutch to lean on just in case things unravel quickly. So I was waiting on Michael Penix, and I grabbed him in a number of drafts, whether auction format, I think I paid as much as $5 or $6 with a $200 salary cap. Thank you. And I got him in the double digit rounds of the Snake fantasy football drafts. Again, those super flex, those 2 quarterback leagues. So I got an affordable third quarterback who surprisingly, and again, I should have listened to you. You deserve your flowers. Take your victory laps, because Penix is very much on track right now to be the starter week 1. And as long as he remains upright, doesn't disrupt any other appendages on his body, he is going to remain at the controls of this Atlanta offense the rest of the season. Though, let's be real, they may only win 6 games this year.
Oh, I don't know about that, Brad. I've got high hopes for the Falcons if Michael Penix is the starting quarterback, assuming he can stay healthy and he can. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look, you know as well as anybody how great those weapons are around him. Bijan Robinson, arguably the number 1 running back in all of football, a decent offensive line that last year had to worry about, well, all right, who's going to be our blindside protector if it's Penix? We have to switch the blindside protector if it's going to be Kirk Cousins. Hey, at least the one thing with Noodle Arm Tua is that they're both lefties, so you don't have to worry that Jawan Taylor, who the Falcons brought in here, and activated him off the PUP list 2 weeks ago, coming over from Kansas City. Again, a guy that's certainly had his issues with pass blocking, but it's still a pretty decent option. They moved Jake Matthews over to left tackle, and I'm pretty excited about this Falcons offensive line here, especially the addition of center Ryan Nuzul, not the addition, but the re-signing of Ryan Nuzul, and also the guards, Matthew Bergeron and Chris Lindstrom, I think are very, very solid. But also Drake London, a great top 10 wide receiver in this league. You are starting to get back on the Kyle Pitts hype train. You know I've been on the Kyle Pitts hype train. Yep. So those are some awesome weapons. Your running back, your number 1 receiver, and your tight end. And yes, Penix, the accuracy issues were a problem last year. But Brad, I kind of said it yesterday in the solo portion of the show. I feel like Michael Penix was almost like being dragged by some football fans and, folks that maybe have short-term memory after he got hurt and we saw how bad the Falcons were towards the end of the season. Michael Penix almost kind of got dragged into the J.J. McCarthy conversation. And if you just go back, not to be a box score watcher, but just go back and look at his numbers from a season ago. In 9 games, Michael Penix threw for almost 2,000 yards, 9 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. He didn't turn the ball over that much. We know he was dangerous in the red zone. It was the accuracy issues in the middle part of the field, and it was at times some bad decision making. But again, it didn't result in a whole lot of turnovers, and the Falcons, they were at least competitive at some points throughout the season last year. And again, they lost their blindside protector, their right tackle in the beginning part of last year, so that was a huge blow. But the Falcons, with Penix as the quarterback, were 3-2. And then they lose to San Francisco. They play Kirk Cousins in that Week 8 game against Miami when he was absolutely brutal. Penix takes back over, and here's the thing that I think a lot of people forget. They lose by a point to New England. They lose in overtime to the Colts, and they lose in overtime to Carolina. 3 games they lose by a combined 10 points. 1 possession, 2 of them went to overtime. The Falcons could have been in first place in the NFC South. They could have grabbed that thing if once the Buccaneers were collapsing last year, but then Penix tears his ACL in that loss to Carolina, and that was all she wrote. So, again, I've got more stock and I've got more belief in Michael Penix than 95% of people, but I think this Falcons team with Kevin Stefanski coming over as the head coach, that's really the key difference for me. And the fact that they were able to keep Jeff Ulbrich as their defense coordinator. I think this team can win the NFC South. We know it's wide open. I was initially on the Carolina Panthers. Then they had some season-ending injuries before the year even began. We talk about the Buccaneers over and over again. I'm not fading Baker Mayfield. I'm fading the Buccaneers defense. I'm not a big believer in the Saints like some other people are. Michael Penix gets the starting job, Brad. We have not made our official predictions for the divisions yet. My official prediction will be the Falcons to win the NFC South, assuming Michael Penix becomes QB1.
Goodness.
Tell me why they can't.
Call him your Penix. I think you got to calm your Penix down right now because that's downright ridiculous, my friend. I mean, that's like off the charts, insane in the membrane. I love the team huevos that you were displaying in this current moment in time. I'm glad you're putting your name on it. I'm glad you're showing some cojones and certainly some huevos gigantes. There's no doubt about it. But I think it's a fat chance that the Atlanta Falcons are going to win this division. I think this defense is going to be bottom 10 in the entirety of the NFL. That is going to be the most glaring flaw of the ATL this season. Despite their spectacular weapons, I still have reservations about Michael Penix's overall game, the gross inaccuracies that he had last year. Again, I already laid out the case with the success rates, with the EPA per play rates. He was only number 20s and 27 in red zone completion percentage. He was far worse in overall completion percentage. He was far worse in deep ball completion percentage. Yeah, he does have suitable targets around him in Drake London and also Kyle Pitts. You look at some of the other assets on the team, and Zachariah Branch, the rookie speedster, could maybe surprise. And I tend to agree with you. This should be a top half of run blocking and pass blocking overall offensive line. That is the strength of Atlanta. They may put up a decent amount of crooked numbers there in the scoreboard, but they're going to give up a ton as well. So I wouldn't be remotely shocked they finish the opposite of what you were suggesting here and putting your money on it right now that Atlanta is going to win this division. I think, quite honestly, they're going to be the rock bottom basement of a team in this overall division. I think Carolina is going to be better. I think the Saints are going to be better. And I do believe your shiver me timbers, then Tampa Bay Buccaneers will be better. And I still feel that Tampa Bay is the team to beat in the NFC South. Please pass me whatever you're smoking, me amigo.
Wow. All right. Well, you're going to have to learn. The Penix God is going to have to show you the ways. He's just going to have to show you. Because I know that you think, or at least I think you think, Kevin Stefanski is a pretty damn good play caller and a head coach, considering the disease that he had growing on him, which was the Cleveland Browns, being the head coach of the Cleveland Browns, but taking that team to 2 playoff appearances, one with Joe Flacco coming off the couch. That's how good this guy knows offense. And so, again, I think that if anybody can do it, it's Kevin Stefanski. Again, I think the defense is super underrated with Jeff Ulbrich last year. They beefed up on some pass rushers. And again, I know that they're dealing with their own issues in terms of injuries and James Pierce being suspended for several games, Jalen Walker out for the year. But still, I think their pass rush has a lot more depth than it did a year or two ago. And I think the secondary is incredibly underrated. Today at practice, by the way, according to Mark Raimondi, Falcons beat reporter for ESPN, Tua went 8 of 12 in the team drills. Michael Penix went 5 of 12. But, again, that only really paints half the picture. I was reading the Falcons team website, basically notes from training camp today, and it felt like Penix, took a bump at one point, like a kind of a mini hit, as much as they want them hitting the quarterback in 11-on-11 practice, and was moving throughout the pocket really well. And Tommy Rees, the offense coordinator, was saying some good things. So I think it's going to be big news coming out in the next 24 hours. If not in the next, I don't know if Kevin Stefanski has spoken to the media, but if not today, tomorrow, we should get the news on whether or not Michael Penix is going to play in the preseason finale on Friday. I really hope he does. I think it's going to be a really good test to see how he moves in game speed against the Miami Dolphins. Friday night, a bunch of Dolphins backups for a team that's brutal already. He should go out there and have a field day. He should go out there and have a field day. And hopefully by Saturday, if not Monday morning, 6 days from now, we get the announcement Michael Penix is the Falcons starting quarterback. And then, Brad, I'm gonna unleash all the Michael Penix glazing in the world. And I'm going to tell you that they're going to win the NFC South again. And we'll have to just go at it. And you can tell me I'm smoking dope, and we'll have to just see how things play out on the field. One quick side quest note, because I don't think it's actually a possibility, but it's worth talking about. And a caller brought it up yesterday, our guy Johnny in Atlanta. There are a lot of Falcons fans that, like, at this point, they want Tua cut. Like, you signed him for the vet minimum, just get rid of him. And Jack Strand should actually be in the mix for the starting quarterback job. Undrafted free agent, played at D2 Minnesota State Moorhead, crushed it in 2024, earning All-American honorable mention honors, could have transferred to a Power 4 school, decided to stay there, stay for his senior season, had a pretty damn good senior year as well. But, take a look at this guy's numbers over the 2 preseason games so far, Brad. On play action, 7 of 9, 109 yards, and a touchdown with an average depth of target, an ADOT, of over 8 yards. On non-play action, 11 of 20 for 153 yards and a touchdown, an ADOT of nearly 10 yards. He's throwing the ball down the field. And when he's been blitzed, 5 of 10, 74 yards, and a touchdown with 4 first downs, 0 sacks. Kevin Stefanski, when asked if Strand is realistically in the QB competition, said, obviously, we work with our young guys and we want to make sure that we put all of them, Jack included, through a process and make sure they're getting the proper things down when it comes to understanding systems. But we're not going to put those types of things out there for our guys to worry about. He's got to keep his focus on the day-to-day. He did say Strand would work with the 2s and 3s this week. Penix and Tua will split first-team reps. But, man, can you imagine if Jack Strand gets named the starting quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons? What an indictment on Michael Penix that'll be. What an indictment on Tua Tagovailoa that'll be. And what an indictment on me. If I'm hyping up Penix here and basically getting ready to coordinate him as the starting quarterback of the Falcons, and it goes to an undrafted free agent. 6'5", 240 pounds, big dude. He's balled out. But still, there should be no prayer, no shot for Jack Strand being named the starting quarterback. But I'm sure you'll have some Falcons fans desperate enough to get ready to proclaim him the quarterback of the future.
Yeah, look, and I don't think it's an infinitesimal chance that he sees a start this year, or maybe even 3. I mean, the injury imp is always lurking in a violent sport. And if Tua, maybe gets cut, I mean, I think that's entirely on the table. As you mentioned, making only league minimum, it could be adios amigo for him in short order. And if Penix, given his long injury history, cannot stay upright in a work behind offensive line, that, again, should be a plus. Maybe wrenches an ankle, maybe suffers another knee injury. God forbid, we don't want that happening. It's a next man up league. And you mentioned it, man, towering dude, at 6'5", 240 pounds, highly productive though at the D2 level. Is going to continue to get practice reps, going to continue to work up, some of the starters here and there as well. He may get an opportunity at some point on this NFL calendar. We just pray that he is no Max Brosmer.
Oh, geez. Poor Max Brosmer. 310-840-4910. Who do you think the Falcons starting quarterback should be? Michael Penix or Tua? Or maybe Jack Strand? 310-840-4910. You're listening to BetMGM tonight, sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. We'll get to some buying or BS coming up next, and we've got an update just minutes ago from head coach Clint Kubiak on Ashton Genty. You're going to want to hear it. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Kelly, what is your favorite NFL take you have one way or another for the season?
I am really, really down on a couple of teams this year. And I mean, miserably down. And I'm going to have a lot of people hate me for this. But I'm taking the Minnesota Vikings under 8.5 wins. We all know that this is one of the toughest divisions in football. The Detroit Lions, I do ultimately think, will win this division, though I will say I think that Green Bay will be neck and neck with them, which means somebody has to take a step back. And I'm not sure it's Chicago. Typically, I take the underseason win total in Chicago and have done so since I started betting in 2008. I think I've lost 3 of those years. But I like Ben Johnson. I do think that the Vikings are actually going to be the team that ends up at the bottom of the pile there. And here's the reality. Yes, Sam Darnold did just win a Super Bowl. So when I say this list of quarterbacks, I don't want to hear his name. But the argument is going to be, look, the Vikings won 9 games, Kelly, every single season with awful quarterbacks. How much worse can Kyler Murray be? 9, if you will. J.J. McCarthy is no longer going to be the starter. Carson Wentz, Max Brosmer. I will say this, Kyler Murray has a really low bar to clear. I just don't think that there's much of a drop-off between him and J.J. McCarthy. I was not impressed with Murray's last several seasons, but I think there's more than it's just the Cardinals organization being the problem. We can blame it on that all we want. Yes, they want to say Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback whisperer and he takes his offense very seriously from timing, and maybe he can teach Kyler Murray something. I just don't think he's going to be able to teach it to him right now. And I have to say, the defense going to really miss Jonathan Grenard and Javon Hargrave. This is going to be one of those kind of Brian Flores' aggressive years that he tries to push the pedal. The problem is he doesn't have the talent. I think the Vikings under 8.5 wins is the way to go.
I agree with that play. You want to know why, Kelly? I'm out of the Kyler Murray business. I've bet him over each of the last 2 years with the Arizona Cardinals. Been there, done that. Division too good. Lions going to win double-digit games. Respect for the Packers. Johnson, Williams, the whole deal. I'm with you. I would go under on Minnesota. Ariel, do you have a plant the flag NFL take for the season?
Yeah, I am very down on the running back for the Bengals, Chase Brown, this year. So I'm going to go under 825.5 rushing yards. You kind of have to go one or the other. You're going to bet against this offensive line that has never gotten better in Cincinnati. You either got to fade Joe Burrow or you're going to fade the running back. But you can't really fade both, because if Joe Burrow stays healthy, then it hurts Chase Brown. If Joe Burrow gets hurt, it helps Chase Brown. I'm going to bet that Joe Burrow stays healthy, but Chase Brown has a down year because they're going to be playing in a lot of tight games. You look at all the spreads for Cincinnati, it's all within a possession. That means Chase Brown's not getting the ball much in the second half if the Bengals are playing in close games or from behind. But also that offensive line, all they did was add rookies, Brian Parker, Connor Lew. That was it. So when your primary 5 starting linemen on the field last year, running backs averaged just about 1.5 yards per contact per attempt, and yards before contact per attempt. That's a lot of words. But Warren Sharp actually ranked the O-line 28.
Doesn't sound fun.
No. But you're dealing with the running back that's very, he's big, but he's not a boom kind of guy. Like, he's not going to get a lot like McCaffrey and Gibbs that are able to just go for 15 plus yards. He ranked actually in the bottom half of running backs last year in running backs that broke open for 15 plus rushing yards on one attempt. So I'm going to go with the under on rushing yards for Chase Brown this year overall in the season.
You're not going to like this, prop queen. I love the Bengals this season. And I know famous last words. I can see it to you. Kelly's shaking her head. You're rolling your eyes. Kelly, I have to be fair on this. Kelly, I didn't like them last year. I bet them under. 2 years ago, they were incredibly frustrating to bet, and I rode the roller coaster. No futures. Kelly, that schedule is easy. The defense is going to be better, and Burrow's a stud. They're not getting a double-digit wins.
Yeah, but that's just so easy. Vegas just marched out a 9.5, and they handed it to you on a silver platter. Please, JJ, bet the Bengals to win 10 games. All I'm saying is I agree with Ariel. This offensive line is a disaster, and you know who it's a real disaster for? Joe Burrow.
And I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come to life.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
The traffic starts jumping with folks like me on the job from 9 to 5.
Okay.
Working 9 to 5. What a way to make a living.
We work the opposite of 9 to 5. We work the opposite of 9 to 5. We work 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. But hey, great song. Great poll by our guy Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One studios. Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Opening the show with who should be the Falcons starting quarterback. Michael Penix, the Penix God, or Tua, or maybe undrafted free agent Jack Strand, who carved up the Colts backups over the weekend, and he has looked like an absolute tank. They call him tree trunk. That's what they've been calling him in practice. He's 6'5", 240 pounds, and he's looked pretty damn good. So 310-840-4910. But in all reality, this is going to come down to Penix or Tua. And with Ian Rappaport, not a whole lot of reasons for a reporter/insider like Rap Sheet to give this kind of opinion/statement. But he did say it's quote unquote impossible for Tua to earn the nod. So take that with what you will. We'll get to your calls in just a bit, 310-840-4910. But Brad, we do have breaking news coming out of Henderson, Nevada, where the Las Vegas Raiders practice facility is. We know that there was the brutal sounding Ashton Jeanty injury on Sunday, where the team gathered and did a prayer circle. He was helped off the field. And then the Raiders called it a sprained ankle. We don't know high sprained ankle. We don't know low sprained ankle. We don't know the severity. We don't know if he's going to be missing games, how long he's going to be out. We really don't know a whole lot. We don't know jack bleep. And so we were all anticipating Clint Kubiak speaking to the media. That just happened a short time ago. And when asked about the severity of Jeanty's injury and if he will begin the season on injured reserve, Clint Kubiak said, quote, "He's on the mend," end quote. That's it. Clint Kubiak went on to say, again, Ashton got hurt in practice and the whole team took a knee. That says a lot about him being on the mend and counting on him. Really excited about getting him back. I'm a huge believer in the power of prayer. Heck, hey, power to you if you're a believer in the power of prayer, but normally you don't pray unless it's a pretty damn severe-looking injury. Brad, this thing stinks. This thing stinks regarding Ashton Jeanty. And the fact that the Raiders are not giving us anything other than sprained ankle, it's got to give you a huge pause if you're a Raiders fan, if you're conducting some fantasy football drafts in the next week, or if you've already done it. I know some folks, my brother-in-law took Ashton Jeanty in the first round. My goodness. What Clint Kubiak said today, not doing a whole lot to help out any kind of anxiety that Genty Raiders fans are feeling in general here.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are some other reports that offer encouragement, further encouragement, that there's a belief that is the lower ankle sprain variety. Again, we don't know how severe it is. We don't know if there's extreme swelling or not. What we do know is, he's on the mend. He's a guy who's getting a ton of rest. Probably going to be off his feet here for the next few days and try to get all the therapy that he needs behind the scenes. So he is indeed ready for week 1 in a softball matchup, because the fighting flippers aren't fighting at all already. We'll have to get into that a little bit later. The Miami Dolphins are just trash. I mean, they're already sunk to the bottom of Davy Jones's locker right now. That is the opening week matchup in Sin City in the Darth Vader Dome for the Las Vegas Raiders. So highly winnable game, highly exploitable matchup. Mike Washington, folks, has been one of the standout stars throughout the summer months for the Las Vegas Raiders. If Ashton Jeanty is indeed inactive for week 1 or any subsequent weeks after that, Mike Washington could turn into an early season star. That is not hyperbole. I've seen with my own 2 eyes what he has done producing with the 1s or the 2s in the preseason. That guy has got skills to pay the bills. And I think he's going to carve out maybe like a 35-40% opportunity share role in the opening weeks of the season if Jeanty is indeed active, so they don't have to really lean and pile up volume on Jeanty's shoulders knowing he's got a bum wheel. So again, stay tuned. We'll roll out all the information we can as soon as we learn it. If you do have a fantasy football draft tonight, I would, maybe avoid Ashton Jeanty unless he's there sipping pina coladas in the free agent pool at the end of round 2, early portion of round 3. Don't you dare take him in round 1 because there is some risk attached. And I would elevate Mike Washington maybe up a round or 2, a guy that's still going the double-figure rounds, a lot of fantasy football exercises, because you could get a fiery, flame-worthy start to not only his NFL career, but possibly your fantasy football franchise as well.
310-840-4910. That is well said. All right, Brad, let's get to a little buying or BS. And you throw out the template, you throw out the statement, and then you and me will debate whether we're buying it or if it's BS. So go ahead, give us the first one you got listed.
All right. According to the Athletics, Nate Atkins, Rams wide receiver Davante Adams, Davante's swing was, quote, uncoverable, end quote. Enjoy practices against the Cowboys and Saints. Okay, so there's the fact that has been reported. And here's the comment that I created. Buying or BS, Patrick? After posting a career best 14 TDs last season, approaching 34 years old, Adams significantly ages as the season wears on and finishes under 1,000 receiving yards with 8 or fewer touchdowns. So, Pat, are you buying or is that BS?
I think that's BS. I don't think he's going to significantly age. I mean, what would give you the idea other than just the fact that he is 33 going on 34? He'll be 34 on Christmas Eve. I feel like that last year that he was with Las Vegas and then demanded a trade to the Jets, that kind of that kind of fogged our memory of just how elite and arguably a first ballot Hall of Famer Davante Adams is. Because let's not forget, with some mediocre quarterback play around him in 2022 with the Raiders, he put up 1,500 yards and 14 touchdowns. And then in 2023, which was a pretty brutal season altogether for the Raiders, he still had over 1,100 yards and 8 touchdowns. And even in the dysfunction-filled season of 2024, a couple games with the Raiders, the rest with the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, and those things that didn't go well. How about Davante Adams still put up over 1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns altogether? Last season, the yardage wasn't there, and that's not a big surprise. But he was one of the most, if not the most dominant red zone threat in the NFL. 14 touchdowns. So again, only 789 yards last year. I can see him still having a dominant season and maybe finishing under 1,000 receiving yards. But I think what we've seen this offseason with Puka Nacua, who knows? There still could be some disciplinary action. And I think the Rams would want to spread the ball a little bit more around to Davante Adams in the middle of the field as well. So for that reason, I think he's going to have over 1,000 yards, and I think he's going to have more than 8 touchdowns again this year. I think he's going to continue to age like a fine wine. I think it's BS. I think it's another big year coming for Davante.
I'm kind of buying it. I mean, there's a slight stench to that statement. And look, I could see him still scoring 8 touchdowns. You're going to guarantee me 17 games play for Davante Adams. He's still one of the most dominant red zone wide receivers in the NFL. Matthew Stafford still has an accurate spin of the spiral on that area of the field. And with Puka Nacua drawing a lot of attention away, I think Adams is, going to see a lot of fades in the end zone. He could still high point and bring it down with the best of them. I don't think he's going to get to 1,000 yards, though. And that's why I think that statement is, mostly true. You look at the NFL history. Now, technically, this is going to be his age 34 season. I mentioned he doesn't turn 34 in December, but again, technically it is. Here is a list of guys in their age 34 season that had at least 1,000 yards. I'm not going to read all of them off, but the top ones, Chris Carter, Marvin Harrison, Larry Fitzgerald, Hall of Famers galore. Frank Lewis, Irving Fryer back in the day for New England Patriots in the 1980s. And the list goes on. Tim Brown's on that list. Anquan Bolden's on that list most recently. But only 13 guys in their age 34 season reached 1,000 receiving yards in that given campaign. And only a handful, 5 to be exact, scored 8 or more touchdowns, including Terrell Owens, who didn't quite get to 1,000 at 922, but he scored 9 TDs in his age 34 campaign. So look, the odds are kind of stacked against him. I think he will be a Hall of Fame wide receiver when it's all said and done. Should be a first ballot Hall of Famer in that regard, but I don't think he gets to 1,000. I think he scores 8 to 9, maybe 10 touchdowns this year. Because again, he's still red zone spectacular. But I got to say, I'm buying it because he doesn't hit the 1,000-yard mark this season. So again, I would still draft him in fantasy football. He's been slipping. He's really kind of a back in WR2. Probably could still reward people, maybe turn a tiny profit or at least break even at his current ADP price point. But I just don't think he's going to have like spectacular yardage results. It could consistently be like 4 to 5 grabs, maybe 45, 50 yards with a touchdown in a given week. Yeah, that moves, some muscles fantasy-wise. It's just not absolutely obliterating your opponent.
Okay, that's fair. That is fair. And you did say both under 1,000 yards with 8 or fewer touchdowns. I mean, I can absolutely see him getting double-digit touchdowns, so it is the yardage that would give me pause. But either way, All right, Brad, let's move on. What do you got next?
All right. When asked about Patrick Mahomes' week 1 availability at Arrowhead against the Broncos, Andy Reid remarked, quote, "We'll just see," end quote, adding Mahomes is, quote, "day to day," end quote. All right. So with that one bouncing around your brain, buying or BS, Pat? Reid's a purposeful dodginess is an unneeded deflection. Mahomes starts week 1 against Denver and throws for at least 25 passing scores this season. So, Pat, are you buying or is that BS?
I'm buying it. Yeah, again, I think if there was something wrong with Mahomes, that his status for week 1 was actually in jeopardy or at least an actual question mark, we would know about it by now. And all the reporting we've gathered is the exact opposite. So, it is an unneeded deflection. I mean, I'm not going to blame Andy Reid for it. Doesn't want to jump the gun and make an official declaration yet. But, I think Mahomes will start week 1 against the Broncos. And, yes, he's going to throw for at least 25 passing scores this season. I think he's going to throw for 30, maybe even close to 35. I'm expecting a massive bounce-back season from Patrick Mahomes, the second greatest quarterback of all time. He's going to make everybody remember just how good he is and how good the Chiefs are because of him this year when they win the division. So I'm super buying Mahomes playing week 1 and having an incredible year.
I remember from my school days, any part of a statement is false, the entire thing is false. And that applies here. Any part of the statement is BS, the entire thing is BS. Look, I think he's going to start week 1 against the Denver Broncos, and that's a big test because that Broncos secondary is one of the best in the business. But is he going to throw for at least 25 passing touchdowns? I say no. And I have huevos gigantes. Yeah, I'm going to fade Patty Mahomes Yeah, he might be motivated, but man, the secondary analytics were god awful last year. And he was out of sorts. He was out of sync with a lot of his weapons on the field a season ago, including Xavier Worthy, including at times Travis Kelce, who was just getting older by the minute, by the second, by the year. Rashee Rice, he's not exactly great separator when he's 100%. He is moving like an octogenarian right now in training camp. I've seen the film. He's lumbering. He's laboring. I don't trust that knee. Maybe Cyrus Allen is that X factor in Cowtown this season. But just to pile on, last season, Mahomes, 21 adjusted completion percentage, 26 in deep ball completion percentage, 25 in red zone completion percentage when he had a clean pocket, Pat. He was number 23 in clean pocket completion percentage, number 36 in catchable pass rate. Utterly unacceptable. He has got to be better. I don't trust he is going to be spectacular, get back to like his 45, 50 touchdown days. Those are long in the past. I think he's a little bit overrated. I can't believe I'm saying it right now. I ain't buying Patrick Mahomes to toss 25 scores this season. That offense is going to be far more balanced with Kenneth Walker the third on the field. You ready to move on?
Yeah, if the Chiefs win the Super Bowl this year, if Mahomes wins MVP, they're going to make a nice sizzle reel, and I can already hear you saying, I think he's a bit overrated. I'm not buying into Patrick Mahomes, and that's going to be, they're going to play that. You might end up on like Hard Knocks next year, or whatever HBO documentary that Mahomes is on. So that's good. I like it. I promise you this: Tyquan Thornton, Jalen Royals, Cyrus Allen, one of those guys is going to have 1,000 yards this year because he's going to make one of those guys into what looks like an all-pro receiver, simply because Mahomes is that good. And look, you threw out all the stats from last year on the rankings, and that's all good and fine. But, yeah, I mean, other than just I've seen it with my eyes, what this man is capable of, and I think he's going to give us his best, the best that we've seen in the last 3 years. 310-840-4910. We do have a caller on hold that wants to weigh in on the NFC South, so we'll get to you before the end of the hour. But we've got to take a short break right now because we got to go streaking when we come back. But we will squeeze in your phone calls before the end of the hour. Again, 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This year they bring in Mike McDaniel. I think this is the group that could take the leap, and I wouldn't be surprised in week 7 or 8 if we're saying that the Chargers are the best offense in the AFC. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think it's on the table. I think Buffalo.
Are you on them from let's take it a step further, though. You like them to win the division. Would you suggest to the audience Herbert MVP, Charger AFC Super Bowl tickets are worth having or no?
Herbert MVP I saw dipped under 10-1. At that number, it's probably not great, right? Relatively, because we are still talking about a quarterback that would need to take a pretty sizable leap in efficiency, right? He's never had one of those Burrow-esque or even Stafford-esque or May-esque seasons, right? I think May is a better bet for MVP at the same price than Herbert because May has demonstrated elite offensive efficiency and adds A.J. Brown to the mix, and there's continuity. Whereas with Herbert, it is still a new scheme. It's a little bit different than what he's used to. There isn't that 1A receiver that really puts this offense over the top. I think it's going to be a scheme upgrade that will make them a better offense. But we're still dealing with, again, new OC, new DC for the Chargers. So there's real questions about whether it takes a little bit of time to come in and produce at the level that I think this offense is capable of doing in the McDaniel offense.
this is still a plus money bet. Patriots to miss the playoffs. Shaky line, Super Bowl hangover, plus 172. Sign me up right now for the Patriots at plus 172 to go and miss the postseason. Feeling really, really good about that. You want an under? I'll give you an under. Jacksonville Jaguars. First place schedule. Questions still to me about Lawrence. Division going to be improved. Texans are good. Colts get Jones back. Titans are going to be spunkier. And the books are giving you 8.5 as a total for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That, my friends, should tell you something. And then the last team I'd be looking to sell. Mentioned Joey Porter Jr. The Pittsburgh Steelers have had a winning record every single year for forever. Like mid-2000s, the last time you're talking about a Steeler team with a losing season. It will happen. Bengals and Ravens, very, very good. First place schedule, not ideal. Give me the Steelers. Under. Sorry, Mike McCarthy. And sorry, Aaron Rodgers. Not getting a 9.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
We forget about the things I said when I was drunk. I didn't mean to call you that. This is a song you just have to scream out your windows sometimes while you're driving.
Oh, it's good stuff. Good stuff.
Please tell me. All right. Welcome on back, BetMGM Tonight. Very good. Cars in your front yard. All right. I could keep singing that, but we got to get going here. Westwood One Sports, BetMGM the 90s, Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. Crack, that's the sound of the bat hitting the baseball and a reward being dropped into your account. Take a swing each day in our free-to-play game. If you get a hit, you'll score a reward, depending on whether your hit was a single, double, triple, or home run. This game is exclusively available with our friends at BetMGM. Here's how it works. You play as the batter and select an area of the strike zone, and if you get a hit, you win a prize. You can win a $50 bonus bet, an odds boost token, a parlay boost token, or a same-game parlay boost token. All right, it's just past 6:45 p.m. Eastern. Here we go. Let's go streaking.
We won a game yesterday. We win one today, that's 2 in a row. We win one tomorrow, that's called a winning streak. It has happened before.
We're good streaking! Yeah! All right, we go around the crew. Everybody picks a batter that they think will correctly get a hit. And our longest active streaker, Monty, going for 8 in a row. He's nearly halfway to your season-long streak to beat, Brad, when you went on an absolute heater and got 15 correct picks in a row. I've got 2 in a row, looking for 3. So I'll lead us off here. Give me a guy that I've struck out in my life before. And yes, I had to mention that. And that's Dalton Varsho. Going up against my New York Yankees tonight in the Bronx against Will Warren, who's on the mound. Varsho, 4 for 5 lifetime against Will Warren with 2 dongs. So Pat Boyle struck out Dalton Varsho, but he has taken Will Warren deep a bunch of times. And look, since he got traded by the Blue Jays at the trade deadline, got off to a slow start, and he's been having a pretty mediocre year altogether. But just in his last 4 games, He's gotten 5 hits, a hit in every game, 3 extra base hits in his last 4 games. And so I'm hoping that the familiarity with Will Warren and the fact that he's starting to swing a little bit better of a bat is going to help me out tonight. So I'll take Dalton Varsho to get a hit, push my streak to 3. Brad, who are you going with, brother?
Yeah, PCA let me down. So I'm going to go with an arch rival in the same division, Jackson Churio of the Brew Crew on the road against the Metropolitans. And I like this matchup quite a bit. Churio's gotten a hit 8 of his last 10 games, batting .348 over the last 7 days. And he is a guy raking against lefties. .296 batting average, .873 OPS on the season. He's 1 for 3 lifetime against the LHP. And Zach Thornton, of course, towing the rubber for the Mets. And he has got a pretty good home ERA at 3.10, though he is given up a 70-point higher batting average against a right-handed hitter. So Jackson Churio, do it for the costume sausages, my man. Preferably the chorizo, and I go streaking a 1.
Bang. Beautiful. All right, let's get to producer Brandon Combs, who's looking for a new streak as well. Combs, you went with who could be the NL MVP yesterday, and your boy, and he didn't help you out. You're going with the probably AL MVP tonight. So front running is what you do best. Who you rocking with?
Yeah, I was going to pick somebody that I struck out once, but, I'm not going to lie about striking somebody out in Major League Baseball. So
box scores there. Box scores there.
Actually went with Jordan. You probably struck out his sister at like some family event or something, and you talk about you struck out Gary Varsho. I don't even want to hear it. Anyway,
literally the Northwoods League. They have the box scores. Check it out.
I'm gonna go with Yordan Alvarez. Look, going up against a guy who, according to this website that I like to frequent, batters-box.com, has 100% Arsenal coverage tonight against his opponent, Will Warren. So go ahead and give me Yordan Alvarez.
All right, there you go. In his quest to continue to try to be the AL Triple Crown winner for the first time since Miggy did it over a decade ago. Speaking of batters-box.com, that owner and operator of that website is our video producer, the goatee, Michael Montgomery, a.k.a. Monty, looking to make it 8 in a row. Monty, who's it going to be tonight?
Yeah, give me Rafael Devers. This isn't my most confident pick. I was very on the fence today, so we'll see how this goes. But he's the 4th highest rated hitter on that previously mentioned website with an elite matchup against Brady Singer. Lefties are hitting over 300 against Singer this year, and Singer's given up at least 5 hits in 6 straight starts, so I love that. 270 games with an elite rating. Devers is getting a hit 67% of the time. And then he's got at least a .331 expected batting average against all 5 of Singer's pitches. So I think he's going to get me to 8, but I'm feeling more nervous than I was yesterday with Lawrence Butler. So we'll see.
All right. Very good, Monty. Very good. He's a little nervous. Finally, our guy Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One studios. Lee, looking to make it 2 in a row. Who are you rocking with?
Late to make my pick, but I saw Pete Alonso was there in the 2-hole, righty versus lefty, off of a 14-game hit streak that just went 0 for 4 last night, but I think he'll get back to it. Give me Pete Alonso.
There you go. Finally, if all 5 of those guys get a hit, Varsho, Jackson Churio, Yordan Alvarez, Rafi Devers, and Pete Alonso. Brad, what are our friends looking like with the odds at BetMGM?
Oh, cool. Plus 427. As always, fade or follow. That is up to you.
Big Ten previews next.
This
I expect the Giants to be a much more complete team than what they were a year ago. But is it good enough to be first or second in this division? I'm not there yet. I'm all in on the Dallas Cowboys this year. Famous last words. I know. It's very rare that I find myself getting suckered in by America's team. Like, I am not one of these people that's waving cowboy pom-poms. Usually it's way more glass half empty than glass half full with the Cowboys, but their offense is loaded. Dak Prescott is one of the most underrated, underappreciated quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, if you watch the games every Sunday, like I do, he's baller. He's big time quarterback. They got two tremendous receivers. They got a really good tight end. They rediscovered a running game last year. Their offense was as elite as almost any offense in the league a season ago. But their defense was an embarrassment of epic proportions. Between the coaching, between the talent, all of the above. This Giant team is going to be contending with the Cowboys with a much improved defense. Quinn Williams for a full year. Caleb Downs, arguably one of the best draft picks in the first round. And an Eagle team that, always seems to find a way now to win double-digit games.
I am selling all of the Giants stock that anybody bought because of the Harbaugh hire. And I have a lot of doubts about the consistency of this offense this season. I think a lot of people think, and look, the run game could be decent. I think you could sell me a story where the Giants are a pretty effective run game, but even in the dart good games, a lot of it was third down. A lot of it was chasing explosive plays vertically. I'm not sure the personnel is there offensively to consistently pull that off long term. And I think the defense on the back end, to me, as much as we always love this pass rush and we talk about that, and the defense against the run should be better with Reeder coming in and the rookie, linebacker. Like you're like, all right, the run game should be a little better, but I have questions about the scheme and I have questions about the back end. And the schedule, there's a lot of good quarterbacks on that schedule this year that could probably just pick apart that secondary. So I have a lot of questions about the Giants. I don't think Harbaugh is some massive upgrade in the year 2026 anymore, because he's not giving you the schematic advantage. And I'm not really sure what the innovation is of this Giants offense that's going to surprise me this year. So I am a seller.
Your live game night huddle while the action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this terrific Tuesday kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM, Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. First hour flew by as it normally does. A lot of great debate, a lot of great conversation. We open the show asking you who you think the Falcons starting quarterback should be this season. Michael Penix, medically cleared yesterday for 11-on-11 drills, or Tua Tagovailoa, with Ian Rappaport reporting with his play this summer, it would be quote-unquote impossible for Tua to earn the nod. Or could it even be the wild card? The undrafted free agent Jack Strand, who's been carving up the backup defenses that he's faced so far in the preseason. 6'5", 240 pounds. They're calling him the tree trunk and saying he's unflappable. 310-840-4910. I want it to be Penix. I'm a big believer in the Penix God. I think the Falcons actually will win the NFC South if Michael Penix is named the starting quarterback. Brad agrees that it should be Penix, but said that I am smoking some good stuff if I think the Falcons are going to win the NFC South. So we want to hear from you. We'll get to your calls in just a bit at 310-840-4910. We also gave you an update on the Ashton Jeanty injury. Clint Kubiak not saying a whole lot other than that he is, quote, on the mend, end quote. Dodging a whole lot of important questions. So we wait for more updates out of Las Vegas regarding Ashton Jeanty. We just went streaking, so we've got a bunch of fun stuff for you to get in the mix on. 310-840-4910. Before we get to your phone calls, though, let's chat some college football because we got some big news today, Brad. And this is according to Pete Thamel of ESPN. The Big Ten is set to pass a rule today that does not allow players to return from the NFL and play for a Big Ten school. Anyone who has declared for the NFL draft and did not withdraw, appeared on an NFL roster, or signed a contract with a pro league cannot be on a Big Ten roster. Additional reporting from Thamel noted that the Big Ten athletic directors unanimously approved the measure. And this is coming after LSU signed Daquan Wright literally the same day he was waived by the Cleveland Browns. And so he's going to join LSU and Lane Kiffin. They did that with another player as well, Xavier Harris. And Lane Kiffin was on Pat McAfee today, basically saying, oh, there's a double, playing the Lane Kiffin card. We'll get to him in just a bit. But, Brad, will other conferences grow a spine and take a similar stand against the ongoing chaos in college sports? The NCAA has been getting beaten and battered, as they should be, in court and in the public eye. But the SEC, they've actually issued a statement here just moments ago. Would you like to give that to the rest of the folks and give me your opinion on what you think is playing out here today?
Breaking news here on BetMGM Tonight. Yeah, literally this just posted on the SEC's primary Twitter handle about 10 minutes ago on X, or the Twitter. And it reads this. The SEC says, following meetings with the presidents, chancellors, and athletic directors of the Southeastern Conference, the SEC will enforce the following policy. An SEC institution is not permitted to have an athlete on its roster who has, 1, previously declared for the NFL, NBA, or WNBA draft and did not appropriately withdraw. 2, signed a contract with the NFL or other professional football league, NBA/G League, or WNBA or affiliate team, or 3, been listed on an NFL or other professional football league, NBA/G League, or WNBA or affiliate roster. The commissioner is authorized to enforce this expectation with penalties against member institutions. And what do I say to that, Pat? Way to go, SEC. Big Ten, why not issue a blanket statement for all sports? There's an issue that's impacting college basketball right now. I'm glad the SEC has taken the necessary step forward to say we're going to make this universal across all of our money-making sports, that if you go to the next level, you sign a contract, you get drafted, you don't withdraw in time. Sorry, You made that decision, you adult male, you adult woman. You have to live with the consequences, whether they're good or bad. So again, I applaud the SEC in issuing this statement, laying everything out ultra clearly to the fan base, to everybody else in the college sports world. And I would expect a domino effect here of every major league following suit.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. So what does this mean? Daquan Wright, Xavier Harris, they're off LSU's roster. They can't sign them. All right, good.
Yeah.
Good. Finally. The NCAA won't do it, right? And they're getting restraining orders thrown at them by these players saying, I don't know, I got a state judge in Texas or Louisiana saying, no, I can play. So screw you, NCAA. I'm playing. I'm going back. You got the fifth year, the 5 years in a 5-year span right now being played out as well, with the NCAA granting that this is going to happen, that you do have a 5-year window to play for eligibility, so you can have fifth-year players. And then, but saying, but for students that graduated or, their academic year started in 2022, like people trying to get a fifth year right now. Well, some of you can, some of you can't. Oh, more restraining orders? Oh, so, all right. So, yeah, the NCAA won't step in and do anything. So good thing that the two major conferences, the Big Ten and now the SEC following suit, are finally giving us some freaking guardrails in college sports,
right,
and most importantly, college football, because there have been close to zero over the last few years. It is the Wild West, not only with the NIL and transfer portal, which are huge issues on their own that we still don't have pretty clear-cut guidelines and rules and a committee to govern over. But now there's all these. The fact that you can go play in the NFL. Oh, sorry, you didn't make the team. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to go back to college. And, I was maybe a couple of weeks away from making an NFL roster, but hey, Lane Kiffin, you want me to play defensive end? You want me to play D tackle? Sure. Yeah, I'm going to go back to college. Like, no, absolutely not. That's wrong with everything that, we should be standing for with rules in sports and governing bodies. So thank you, Southeastern Conference. Thank you, SEC. You had to have the Big Ten laid out there first before you actually stood up and made a decision. But the Big Ten passing this rule today has absolutely paved the way for the SEC and Tony Petitti to go ahead and do that. Excuse me, Tony Petitti is the commissioner of the Big Ten. SEC Commissioner Sankey, right? Greg Sankey? Yeah. So thank you, Greg Sankey, for finally stepping up and following suit here. This is a win for, rationale. Right, Brad? I think that's what we can call it. This is a win for rationale, and this is a big L for Lane Kiffin. Wear it, Lane. Wear it proudly. You can't have NFL players on your roster. Sorry. Ooh, double standard. Cry about it.
Amen, man. I'm tired about Lane Kiffin trying to skirt the rules and letter of the law and getting away essentially with highway robbery. And a number of other, coaches have attempted to do the same thing. Some are standing on a high moral ground. Lane Kiffin doesn't believe in that. Everything is a blurred line, according to him. But now there is a line in the sand. This is what you can do. This is what you can't do. And I think the Big Ten now is going to make it universal across all the money-making sports. I think the ACC is going to follow suit here in short order. The Pac-12 is going to be making a triumphant comeback in the world of college basketball this year. And to a certain extent, I think in college football too. So, they're probably going to issue a similar statute as well. Everybody will. And it may happen as early as tomorrow, the day after that. They'll get their crap together. They'll talk to their lawyers. They'll get it carved in stone. And we'll actually have some hard and fast, some black and white, some clear-cut rules that everybody can adhere to because we need it right now. The NCAA is nutless. They are powerless, and they're not doing a damn thing. I've said this before, Pat. I want to get your thoughts on this. I have felt, because the NCAA has been circling the drain here for the better part of the last 3, 4, 5 years, that there needed to be another institution launched to just govern college sports, to establish those safeguards, to establish those guardrails. Maybe this is the impetus. Maybe this is the thing that is the trigger point to get some semblance of organization. And as you said, overall morality, returning dignity to the games that we love. And no, I'm not saying get rid of the NIL. No, I'm not saying we shouldn't pay college athletes. Hell yeah, we should pay them. And I truly believe they should be allowed a CBA to collectively bargain. But we're getting closer to that now because ultimately they're professional athletes. It's not like the NFL, the NBA, Major League Baseball necessarily, but ain't that far off.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. 310-840-4910. Producer Brandon Combs puts in our show chat. Could you imagine if anyone allows this to happen and maybe a guy like Daquan Wright comes back and balls out? Does he then go from an undrafted rookie who failed to make a roster into a first-round draft pick, being eligible in 2 drafts? Yeah. Right? Or I don't know. Maybe the NFL... Maybe would the NFL be able to rule him ineligible? I don't know. I mean, either way, he ain't playing at LSU now with this with the SEC stepping up and ruling and passing this ruling after the Big Ten did it earlier today. 310-840-4910. Let's get back to your calls here. Again, open the show with the Falcons and a broader conversation about the NFC South. Let's get to Dave in Tampa, who's next up on BetMGM tonight, the home of the Buccaneers. Dave, what's going on? Dave? Now, in the last break, I asked our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios to ask Dave to hold on because we were going to get to him. He was holding patiently. So after all that time, you're telling me Dave is no longer there? Dave? Yikes. Brutal.
Oh, don't know what to tell you. Look, he just hung up.
Oh, there it goes.
Sorry,
Dave, drop the ball.
Well, all right, Dave, if you want to give a call back, I'm assuming that is Dave that's the big Buccaneers fan because we have a couple of folks in Tampa. We have a lot of folks in Tampa that call in. But I know there was one day the last time we were talking about the Bucs and Baker Mayfield. There was a Dave in Tampa. There might have been another Dave in Tampa, or there was somebody else in Tampa, like a Rick in Tampa.
A lot of Daves.
But one of the callers in Tampa is a massive Bucs fan, and I'd be interested to hear if that is our guy Dave. Give a call back if you can, 310-840-4910. In the meantime, we do have a text here from Chuck in Alabama. Chuck says, been vacationing at the Gulf Coast for the past 10 days. Let's go streaking. I text in my play every night. My last was CJ Abrams. He stopped my streak, but tonight I'm going back to Abrams. He hits tonight. We will blitz all night. Chuck in Alabama, by the way. CJ Abrams 0 for 1 to start the game against the Colorado Rockies. So, Combs, are you able to pop on your mic and let me know, did that text come through as you sent it in? Is Chuck in Alabama maybe trying to pull a fast one on us? Did he think that maybe he would send it in after Abrams' first at bat, hoping that he got a hit and then try to send it in there? Because he's late.
No. He sent it. He sent it while we were doing streaking. Okay. But I just saw it. Sometimes there's sometimes you got to refresh in order for some of the texts to come through. So
that's all good, Combs. Yeah. You're falling asleep at the wheel. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's what happens when I'm listening to Pat Boyle. I fall asleep at the wheel.
Oh, hey, how you doing, sweetheart? That was a nice little fire back. All right, 310-840-4910. We will take a short break here. And when we come back, speaking of the Big Ten, the biggest questions for each of the major teams, we'll try to answer them. We'll debate. Don't miss it. It's coming up when we come back. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. A lot of college football coming your way. 310-840-4910. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
Kelly, what is your favorite NFL take you have one way or another for the season?
I am really, really down on a couple of teams this year. And I mean miserably down. And I'm going to have a lot of people hate me for this. But I'm taking the Minnesota Vikings under 8.5 wins. We all know that this is one of the toughest divisions in football. The Detroit Lions, I do ultimately think, will win this division, though I will say I think that Green Bay will be neck and neck with them, which means somebody has to take a step back. And I'm not sure it's Chicago. Typically, I take the underseason win total in Chicago and have done so since I started betting in 2008. I think I've lost 3 of those years. But I like Ben Johnson. I do think that the Vikings are actually going to be the team that ends up at the bottom of the pile there. And here's the reality. Yes, Sam Darnold did just win a Super Bowl. So when I say this list of quarterbacks, I don't want to hear his name. But the argument is going to be, look, the Vikings won 9 games, Kelly, every single season with awful quarterbacks. How much worse can Kyler Murray be? 9, if you will. J.J. McCarthy is no longer going to be the starter. Carson Wentz, Max Brosmer. I will say this, Kyler Murray has a really low bar to clear. I just don't think that there's much of a drop-off between him and J.J. McCarthy. I was not impressed with Murray's last several seasons, but I think there's more than it's just the Cardinals organization being the problem. We can blame it on that all we want. Yes, they want to say Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback whisperer and he takes his offense very seriously from timing, and maybe he can teach Kyler Murray something. I just don't think he's going to be able to teach it to him right now. And I have to say, the defense going to really miss Jonathan Grenard and Javon Hargrave. This is going to be one of those kind of Brian Flores' aggressive years that he tries to push the pedal. The problem is he doesn't have the talent. I think the Vikings under 8.5 wins is the way to go.
I agree with that play. You want to know why, Kelly? I'm out of the Kyler Murray business. I've bet him over each of the last 2 years with the Arizona Cardinals. Been there, done that. Division too good. Lions going to win double-digit games. Respect for the Packers. Johnson, Williams, the whole deal. I'm with you. I would go under on Minnesota. Ariel, do you have a plant the flag NFL take for the season?
Yeah, I am very down on the running back for the Bengals, Chase Brown, this year. So I'm going to go under 825.5 rushing yards. You kind of have to go one or the other. You're going to bet against this offensive line that has never gotten better in Cincinnati. You either got to fade Joe Burrow or you're going to fade the running back. But you can't really fade both, because if Joe Burrow stays healthy, then it hurts Chase Brown. If Joe Burrow gets hurt, it helps Chase Brown. I'm going to bet that Joe Burrow stays healthy, but Chase Brown has a down year, because they're going to be playing in a lot of tight games. You look at all the spreads for Cincinnati, it's all within a possession. That means Chase Brown's not getting the ball much in the second half if the Bengals are playing in close games or from behind. But also that offensive line, all they did was add rookies, Brian Parker, Connor Lew. That was it. So when your primary 5 starting linemen on the field last year, running backs averaged just about 1.5 yards per contact per attempt, and yards before contact per attempt. That's a lot of words. But Warren Sharp actually ranked the O-line 28.
Doesn't sound fun.
No. But you're dealing with the running back that's very, he's big, but he's not a boom kind of guy. Like, he's not going to get a lot like McCaffrey and Gibbs that are able to just go for 15 plus yards. He ranked actually in the bottom half of running backs last year in running backs that broke open for 15 plus rushing yards on one attempt. So I'm going to go with the under on rushing yards for Chase Brown this year overall in the season.
You're not going to like this, prop queen. I love the Bengals this season. And I know famous last words. I consider to you, Kelly shaking her head. You're rolling your eyes. Kelly, I have to be fair on this. Kelly, I didn't like them last year. I bet them under. 2 years ago, they were incredibly frustrating to bet, and I rolled the roller coaster. No futures. Kelly, that schedule is easy. The defense is going to be better, and Burrow's a stud. They're not getting a double-digit wins.
Yeah, but that's just so easy. Vegas just marched out a 9.5, and they handed it to you on a silver platter. Please, JJ, bet the Bengals to win 10 games. All I'm saying is I agree with Ariel. This offensive line is a disaster, and you know who it's a real disaster for? Joe Burrow.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
Oh, I'm begging of you, please.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910 is the number to join, 310-840-4910. That is, of course, one of the great songs of the 70s, Jolene, by now the late, great Dolly Parton. A rest in peace to one of the biggest pop culture, music, country music icons this world has ever seen. Dolly Parton passing away at the age of 80 years old. Oh, man. I mean, an icon in every single way. 11-time Grammy winner. And like I said, just a cultural icon. Still gorgeous, even a couple of years ago when she performed the halftime show on Thanksgiving Day for the Dallas Cowboys. And look, not her fault that they asked her to sing We Are the Champions, which was so Dallas Cowboys-esque, but she did a phenomenal job doing so, to the point where, Brad, I made a comment, and I'm happy to repeat it because this is how highly I think of Dolly Parton. Again, cultural icon, music icon, incredible, fierce, brave, strong woman. But she was this is only like 3 years ago. She was 77, 78 at the time. I was filling in. I was doing the midday show on WFAN. And I said, how old is Dolly Parton? Now, this is on the air as the game is going on. I said, she's almost 80. I was like, you know what? I'd be honored. I'd be honored to have a night with Dolly Parton. So,
Yeah.
it's she's incredible, man. And we lost, like I said, we lost a legend and an icon today. Dolly Parton, 80 years old. Unbelievable.
Yeah, an incredible businesswoman too. Dolly World, some of the other investments that she had, a philanthropist. She's somebody that really supported like libraries and reading initiatives for the youth and giving back. Not only in the eastern part of Tennessee where she grew up, but really giving back to a lot of people in need throughout the entire country. So, I mean, Dolly is really the best of all of us, and she is in this time of great divide, the ultimate unifier. You're on the left side of the aisle, you're on the right side of the aisle, you're right down the middle. It doesn't matter. Everybody loves Dolly Parton. So indeed, a legend and icon. Please rest in peace. We will miss you, and we forever love you, Dolly P.
Yeah, well said. 310-840-4910. All right, let's get back to Combs says, forget hiding your wives and daughters. When Pat comes to town, hide your grandmas. Look, she was beautiful, even in her late 70s, man.
Really
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. 310-840-4910. All right, we are just around the corner from college football, baby. It kicks off this Saturday. We will have football back in our lives. Games that matter, meaningful games that count. A couple of big ones. A couple. Not a lot. But a couple of big ones. We'll see how year two looks under Bill Belichick when North Carolina plays TCU in a rematch of last year when TCU mollywopped them in the opener. They're playing in Ireland on Saturday afternoon. 14th ranked USC kicks off their season against San Jose State. We'll get to them in just a bit, but that is the one Big Ten team playing this weekend. And so, Brad, with a massive year in the Big Ten ahead, how about the biggest questions and a little preview here for each team as we look forward to the start of the season? I mean, look, we'd be remiss if we didn't start with the reigning national champions, Indiana Hoosiers, Curt Cignetti. All I do is win. Google me. That was when he took over the job, and since then he's gone 27-2 and brought a national title to Bloomington. I think that's something that nobody thought would realistically happen. They're number 6 in the preseason AP poll. Yes, Fernando Mendoza is gone. Yes, Eli Surratt and Omar Cooper and a couple of other big-time players on last year's roster are gone and in the NFL. The new quarterback is TCU transfer Josh Hoover, who has thrown for like 9,000 yards in his career, but he's thrown a ton of interceptions. He's going to have to limit those turnovers. But, Brad, I think Indiana is in a really good position to win again this year, make the college football playoff, maybe have a crack at winning the Big Ten title. And yes, I know that Ohio State and Oregon are ranked number 1 and number 2 because how could you not think that Curt Cignetti is going to win some more this year with what he did last year? Maybe he turns Josh Hoover into the number 1 overall pick. They lost a couple of 1,000-yard rushers, but they bring in Boston College transfer. Here's another great name, Turbo Richard, who had 750 yards last year, and they've got some backs that they're bringing back from last year. They've brought in a couple of transfer receivers. I think the most important thing is they're bringing back 3 starters from that beefed up offensive line a season ago. And that is why I think Indiana is going to be fantastic. But I think it goes without saying the biggest question is, what kind of play do they get at the quarterback position when you have the number 1 overall draft pick get taken in the NFL? Josh Hoover coming in, yes, he's experienced, but could he possibly live up to what Fernando Mendoza was able to do? He's got plenty of time to ease into it. They don't play a ranked team until October 17th when they'll have the Big Ten title rematch against number 1 Ohio State. It'll be in Bloomington. They play Michigan on the road, USC at home, Washington on the road. But Brad, your outlook on Indiana this year, Cignetti and the defending national champs, can Josh Hoover fill those giant shoes of Fernando Mendoza? What do you think this year for IU?
Yeah, I think IU is going to be damn good. I mean, I believe in the power of the brilliance of Kurt Cignetti and the schematics that, he employs as one of the ultimate tacticians in the game. I like some of the transfers they brought in. I like some of the guys that are returning. Charlie Becker, their Z receiver, most importantly, a guy that can make some spectacular plays. He showed that last year. Yes, they've lost a ton of firepower. There's no doubt about it. But, they're going to have speed on defense like they showed last season, and they got a lot of key pieces back. They really were true ball hawks, just flying the football and really collapsing. Did a good job up front protecting Fernando Mendoza. Hopefully that offensive line can remain solidified. I look at the College Football Power Index at ESPN. I have Indiana projected for 10.1 wins, given the Hoosiers a 57.1% chance of returning to the playoffs, a 13.1% chance of returning to the national title game, and a 6.4% chance of winning back-to-back titles. You mentioned Hoover. He's going to have to clean up his act to really perform at a high level, but Cignetti always raises the bar of expectation, and he's a guy that could reach it. Now, last season, he was only number 67 adjusted completion percentage. Mendoza was inside the top 10 in that category, so he's got to thread some needles, miss opponent jerseys and hands, playing, again, sage and wise football. If he can do that with the weaponry around him, a strong ground game, supportive defense, Indiana is going to, exceed my expectations. I think they're only going to win 10 games. I don't think they get quite to 11. But again, they could easily prove me wrong because Cignetti is that dude. I cannot believe his ascension and how quickly it has been and how many teams missed a golden opportunity to bring him in, whether at the collegiate or the NFL level, to run the show.
Yeah, absolutely. And Indiana is, they are reaping what they've sowed, bringing in Kurt Cignetti in just 2 years, 27-2, and the undefeated run to the national title a year ago. Let's talk to a team that was in this conversation just a year and a half ago, and how the mighty have fallen here. Big Blue, the Michigan Wolverines. All the controversy that their former head coach, Sharon Moore, brought to them. They have tried to now fortify and become sustainable, bringing in Kyle Whittingham, the longtime head coach of the Utah Utes. And Michigan, they might have the most brutal schedule in the country, Brad. They have to play 4 top 10 teams this year, 6 ranked teams altogether, a rematch with Oklahoma, which last year went horribly wrong in Norman. This year, they do get them at the Big House. They play the Iowa Hawkeyes. I can already see that game being like 13-9, the final score. But then they have to play Indiana at home, and then they have to play at number 2 Oregon and at number 1 Ohio State, the game, as always. This year it's in Columbus. So the top 2 teams in the country, both on the road. Oh, boy. I don't have high hopes for Michigan. I think Kyle Whittingham he's a vet. He knows what he's doing. He'll have this program back to respectable levels maybe in like a year or two. But I think, honestly, 7-5 might be a good season this year for Michigan because their defense was their calling card last year. They have just 3 starters returning from a season ago, and I don't believe in Bryce Underwood. Again, just when you think along the way he was improving last year after that brutal game against Oklahoma, they play Ohio State. He goes 8 of 18 with an interception. He can't throw the football. He cannot throw the football. And then in the bowl game against Texas, he throws 3 picks. And the reports that I've been seeing out of Ann Arbor is that the passing game is still a work in progress. They don't have elite weapons. The quarterback struggles to accurately throw the football. How are you going to beat any of those big teams that you're playing? Maybe they get a big rah-rah win over Oklahoma earlier in the year, and they win a defensive gritty battle against Iowa. Maybe they find a way to be 6-0 going into that game against Indiana. I don't think they're beating them. I don't think they're beating Oregon. I don't think they're beating Ohio State. So, like, the ceiling I see for Michigan this year is 9-3. Wouldn't shock me if they're 7-5. I am fading the Wolverines this season.
I think the ceiling's a win below that. I think it's 8. I think the floor is maybe like 6 games. I think they're going to be 6, 7, or 8 wins this year. And, me being the betting man that I am, I think it's 7 wins right on the nose. I think it hit the nail on top of the head. How bad is Bryce Underwood? You're not remotely overselling it, man, in terms of the inaccuracy. The guy could not hit the Jolly Green Giant on a shallow cross. You need evidence to back it up. Well, out of 102 eligible quarterbacks, according to Pro Football Focus last season, Bryce Underwood was number 99. Yeah, he's got 99 problems, and completions is certainly one. An adjusted completion percentage, 99 in the country. I mean, that's the dregs of the keg, man. He's downright atrocious. He's going to have to make a quantum leap in overall efficiency for this team to make us look like giant jackasses, which honestly is easy to do, but I ain't buying Michigan's going to do it. Let me give you some more statistical evidence. At ESPN College Football Power Index, they're projected to only win 7.8 games, 23.2% chance of making the playoffs, 2.8% chance of saying there's a chance. Well, I guess they do to reach the national title, and a 1.1% chance of winning that title. I think the defense will be a premium. It usually is. For the Wolverines, the offensive line should be decent. It just boils down to Underwood and some of the other, changeover pieces that have come in. Can they gel? Can they galvanize in time? You mentioned they have one of the hardest schedules in the country, the 16th hardest, as a matter of fact, according to the Power Index there at ESPN. I'm with you, man. 7 wins. I don't think they get a single one more. Michigan, welcome to mediocrity, and I don't hate it.
No, I don't either. As a Notre Dame fan, I certainly do not hate it, even though they haven't played each other for a couple of years now. There was another team that I wish would do a lot more losing this year, but I don't see it happening, Brad, and it is the number 1 team in the country, the Ohio State Buckeyes. Now, last year, Ohio State went 12-0. They looked like they were going to run roughshod to another national title, and then here came Curt Cignetti and Fernando Mendoza knocking them off their undefeated perch in the Big Ten title game, and then all of a sudden, here came Mario Cristobal and the Miami Hurricanes, destroying their offensive line and holding Julian Sayin and the Ohio State Buckeyes offense, rendering them very mortal and inefficient, beating them by double digits. Now, again, that was the national championship game a year ago, so you can say Ohio State, their last 2 losses were to the teams in the national title game. I wonder how it's going to be this year for Ohio State with almost all of that number 1 defense from a season ago graduated or into the NFL draft, and it's the offense that actually comes back loaded. Like, not many years we're talking about Ohio State's offense being the thing that's going to carry them, but Julian Sayin, didn't look like a freshman last year, stepped right into the job, and yes, he's got NFL talent all around him, but man, he looked pretty damn good for most of the season until those last 2 games. Now he's got him under his belt. He's got an awesome offensive line, if not the best in the country. He's got, again, NFL receivers loaded up, landed up around side of them. The only thing for Ohio State, again, how do they manage this schedule? Because as always, it's going to be excruciatingly tough. At number 5 Texas this year, the second week of the season, the rematch of opening day last year. This time, Ohio State's got to go on the road to Austin. And if they were on the road last year, as bad as Arch Manning played, maybe they lose that football game. They've got to go to number 22 Iowa. I know. Ohio State probably wins by 20, but it is a road game against a ranked opponent. They've got to go to Indiana. They've got to go to USC. They do get Oregon at home, and then they get Michigan at home. I'd be surprised if Ohio State loses more than 2 games. Again, I think they'll find a way to win at least one of the 3 against Texas, Indiana, and Oregon. If they lose all 3, look out, because this team might not make the college football playoff. At 9-3, if those are their 3 losses, they probably still will get in. The committee will get them in. But I'm assuming they're going to win at least 1 out of the 3. chances are they might win 2 out of the 3 because they play Oregon at home. And that game last year was phenomenal. So 10-2 at worst, 11-1. I can absolutely see it. The Buckeyes, we're going to be talking about them being right at the top of the odds list heading into the college football playoff. And I think this is a team that is just way too deep, way too good. And as much as I might dislike him, and he might have maybe 2 nipple rings on this year, Ryan Day's a hell of a head coach. The Buckeyes, they're not going anywhere.
No, the nipple ring's got a lot of drip. I'm going to tell you that right now, and he's going to deliver the hype. Now, he's going to be dyeing the beard probably all season long, so it'll remain nice and black, no gray hairs getting peppered in, because I don't think this team's going to lose 3 games. I think the maximum is 2 losses. It may be a 1-loss team. Hell, they could run the damn table. They're that talented on the offensive end. I don't buy what I'm selling. Well, Julian Sand was numero uno among all quarterbacks and adjusted completion percentage last season. Complete over 76% of his passes on the surface. He's got one of the greatest talents ever to play wide receiver at the collegiate level in Jeremiah Smith. I have talked to a number of friends who are diehard Ohio State fans, and they are jazzed. They are abuzz. They are disrobing for Chris Henry Jr., who could be a freshman sensation. That book in there, Jeremiah Smith and Chris Henry Jr., is going to be, they could be unstoppable, really. Strong ground game, excellent offensive line. ESPN's underselling them, and the College Football Power Index, only 10.2 games projected, though they have a 75.7% chance of making the playoffs, 28% chance of making the national title game, and a 17.1% chance of winning the title. The Ohio State will deliver a national title this year as long as that defense plays at least at a B- level, which I think they'll achieve at least that. So I hate saying this as a diehard Illinois fan, but Ohio State is the team to beat in the Big Ten, in my opinion.
Yeah, and then that leaves Oregon, number 2 in the country. Boy, if there is a coach that needs one bad, that elusive national championship, could it finally be the Oregon Ducks' year this year? Can Dan Lanning get that ring, Brad? It feels like he's been knocking on the door for quite a while, and yeah, here with Michigan and Jim Harbaugh, okay, they took a step back. Well, now here comes Ryan Day and Ohio State, all right, and they're not going anywhere. Texas, they were underperforming last year. Oklahoma, still on that second tier, third tier of teams. Georgia and Alabama. Georgia's been getting there, but Bama without next. And here's Oregon, all in the mix every single year. Top 10 team every year with NFL talent. They have not been able to break through. They have not been able to get that national title. Dan Lanning's under an incredible amount of pressure. We'll see if it makes him crack this year. I think that could be a possibility. But with the quarterback and Dante Moore, who right now is, heads into the season, and that goes to show you where last year Arch Manning probably headed into the season as the number 1 overall draft pick. But Dante Moore at this point probably heads into the season as the number 1 overall draft pick if he can live up to the hype. We saw how brutal he was, though, in the semifinals last year or in their college football playoff game that they got knocked out against. The schedule pretty favorable for the Ducks. And that is why I think even if they somehow lose a game they have no business losing, or if they have a shock loss, I still think they're getting in the college football playoff with a minimum of 10 wins. They probably lose to Ohio State. But again, the rivalry, recent results in that game show you anything's possible. There are other ranked games at number 14 USC in the 4th game of the season, then home against number 16 Michigan after Ohio State, and the final week home against number 17 Washington. Pretty decent schedule. And again, Dante Moore, we'll see when he goes up against some NFL caliber defenses, but for the most part, he's going to be in line to try to win the Heisman along with my guy CJ Carr. So this is more, I feel like, unfortunately, it's boring for me to say, but Oregon's schedule is easy enough that we're going to have to reevaluate this team when we get to December and January, because I just think they're too good. They have way too good of an offensive line. The defense and that secondary is going to be damn good. I can't wait to watch them. Oregon 10-2 or 11-1 into the college football playoff, and then the pressure will really be on for Dan Lanning. But I think he is got the biggest spotlight this year in all of college football as a head coach, because it's got to be his time to deliver now.
Yeah, the Quackers Should indeed flap this season. I think they're going to be a 10-2 team. And they're the second best team in the Big Ten. They're going to give Ohio State a run for their money. You mentioned the schedule. It is only the 26th toughest in the entire country, according to ESPN's College Football Power Index. They're only projecting Oregon, actually the same number of wins as Ohio State. That's 10.2, giving the Ducks a 64.7% chance of making the college football playoff, a 17.7% chance of reaching the national title game, and a decent 9.2% chance of winning the whole enchilada. I mentioned Dante Moore being the number one overall NFL draft conversation, completely warranted. The guys will ball in a shot collar. Julian Sayin is number one adjusted completion percentage, at least he was last year. Dante Moore in a similar class at numero cuatro in that category. So he's got the accuracy. You know, the system is designed to maximize space and to get appreciable yak and put up points. They got a ton of team speed. I like the key pieces coming back. They're going to be there in the end in the national title conversation. And look, if you get Ohio State on one side of the bracket, Oregon on the bottom half of the bracket, it could be a collision course, all Big Ten title game. That's right, SEC. Suck it. Ohio State, Oregon, national title, Buckeyes, hoist the hardware, and I hate myself.
310-840-4910. We'll take a quick break, and we will make some official predictions when we come back. Over or under these teams' win totals. The big boys in the Big Ten. Will we get 4 or more teams? Could we get 5 in a 12-team college football playoff from the Big Ten? We'll debate when we return. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This year they bring in Mike McDaniel. I think this is the group that could take the leap, and I wouldn't be surprised in week 7 or 8 if we're saying that the Chargers are the best offense in the AFC. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think it's on the table. I think Buffalo.
Are you on them from let's take it a step further, though. You like them to win the division. Would you suggest to the audience Herbert MVP, Charger AFC Super Bowl tickets are worth having or no?
Herbert MVP I saw dipped under 10-1. At that number, it's probably not great, right? Relatively, because we are still talking about a quarterback that would need to take a pretty sizable leap in efficiency, right? He's never had one of those Burrow-esque or even Stafford-esque or May-esque seasons, right? I think May is a better bet for MVP at the same price than Herbert because May has demonstrated elite offensive efficiency and adds A.J. Brown to the mix, and there's continuity. Whereas with Herbert, it is still a new scheme. It's a little bit different than what he's used to. There isn't that 1A receiver that really puts this offense over the top. I think it's going to be a scheme upgrade that will make them a better offense. But we're still dealing with, again, new OC, new DC for the Chargers. So there's real questions about whether it takes a little bit of time to come in and produce at the level that I think this offense is capable of doing in the McDaniel offense.
this is still a plus money bet. Patriots to miss the playoffs. Shaky line, Super Bowl hangover, plus 172. Sign me up right now for the Patriots at plus 172 to go and miss the postseason. Feeling really, really good about that. You want an under? I'll give you an under. Jacksonville Jaguars. First place schedule. Questions still to me about Lawrence. Division going to be improved. Texans are good. Colts get Jones back. Titans are going to be spunkier. And the books are giving you 8.5 as a total for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That, my friends, should tell you something. And then the last team I'd be looking to sell. Mentioned Joey Porter Jr. The Pittsburgh Steelers have had a winning record every single year for forever. Like mid-2000s, the last time you're talking about a Steeler team with a losing season. It will happen. Bengals and Ravens, very, very good. First place schedule, not ideal. Give me the Steelers. Under. Sorry, Mike McCarthy. And sorry, Aaron Rodgers. Not getting a 9.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
All right, welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and the phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Again, that's 310-840-4910. Looking for bigger potential payouts? Use your BetMGM Any Sport Parlay Boost token to increase the odds on an eligible parlay and take your wager to the next level. Here's how it works. Opt into the promotion, claim your Parlay Boost token, and apply it to an eligible parlay wager across supported sports. If your boosted parlay wins, you'll receive an enhanced payout. Build it, boost it, BetMGM it. Quick programming note coming up at the top of the hour. We're going to talk with Lindsay Rhodes from NFL Sumer Sports. She is dialed in across the league, so we're going to ask her a bunch of the big pressing questions that is going on right now in the NFL and some of the biggest questions heading into the 2026 season. So can't wait to chat with Lindsay coming up at the top of the hour. Until then, let's continue our deep dive in the Big Ten this year for the college football season. 310-840-4910. If you have any predictions, opinions, or questions on any team in the Big Ten. But Brad, let's start with the number one team in the country, the Ohio State Buckeyes. We're going to predict each team's win total over or under with our friends at BetMGM. Ohio State, 9.5 wins. We went through their schedule last segment, and it is a tough one, but one that I think the Buckeyes can navigate. But here's the key thing to look out for. If you think the Buckeyes win 10 games, and this is just the 12-game regular season here, this is all that counts for. So Ohio State's got to go at least 10-2 if you think they're hitting the over. With our friends at BetMGM, the over's minus 175. The under is plus 145. Again, they play at number 5 Texas, at number 6 Indiana, home against number 2 Oregon. They also play Iowa and USC on the road. Those are ranked teams, and they play Michigan at home. Brad, you will not find me taking a season-long over at that price. So it would be the under for me at plus money, and hoping that Ohio State goes 9-3. But I think in all reality, it's either 10-2 or 11-1. But again, you will not catch me taking that kind of juice on a season-long total. No, thank you.
Yeah, I'd rather take the over on 10.5 at maybe just a decent plus money. It might be like plus 115, plus 120, plus 125, something like that. And look, I think they're going to win 10 games. I already on record for saying that in the last segment. Again, they have one of the most difficult strength of schedules in the country, the eighth hardest, as a matter of fact. We talked about the defensive turnover that they have, but that offense is going to put up a whole pile of points week in and week out. So despite the tough road to hoe, it's probably going to be a 10-2 season. Maybe they go 11-1. But yeah, man, I'm kind of with you on this 9.5 number. The only realistic thing you can do if like the wheels, come flying and rolling off and down in a deep, dark abyss into a cannon or whatever. I mean, you can go that route at plus 145, but again, I'm going to take the over here on the 9.5 despite the horrific juice. Can I parlay so I can reduce the juice and get seduced by the juice? BetMGM minus 175. I should have gotten much earlier.
Yeah, that's a tough one. That's just a tough one. So again, good luck if you're playing the over on the Buckeyes. Not a price you're going to catch me or Brad playing. If you do think that they're going to be elite and you're not worried about them playing 3 teams ranked in the top 6 to go into the season, you can take the over 10.5 at plus money. But again, not my cup of tea. All right, let's go on to the Michigan Wolverines here. The total 8.5. That's their win total. Over 8.5 plus money at plus 145. And again, another tough price to take if you like the under. Minus 175. Now, Brad, we talk about it. We think Michigan maybe wins 7 games this year. That would be you'd be in the clear. But again, I'm not taking an under at minus 175. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Maybe Bryce Underwood comes out and he actually can throw the football accurately this year. And no thanks. Pass for me. I sure as hell ain't taking the over because again, I think at most they win 8 games. Maybe their ceiling is 9. I did say that last segment. That's their ceiling is 9 wins. The floor is 6 or 7. I don't believe in the offense. I don't believe in Bryce Underwood. I think Kyle Whittingham's got his work cut out for him here in year 1. Maybe next year they'll be a lot better and with a more favorable schedule. Not when you got to play 4 top 10 teams and 6 ranked teams all together. So this is another pass for me. But again, you bring that total down to 7.5, you would get plus money. Maybe that would be the consideration.
Yeah, and I would take the under on 7.5 too. I think they're only going to win 7 games. I said it in the last segment. I'm going to stick to my prognostication on that one. 16 most difficult strength of schedule. I mean, ESPN's power index only got them winning 7.8. So 8.5 is extraordinarily high. No wonder the under is getting absolutely juiced and steamed up at a minus 175. That is the only sensible play.
310-840-4910. All right, let's hit on one more here, Brad. Why not? Let's get to your ILL. Illinois football. The win total this year is 7.5, minus 110 both ways, so you don't got to drink a ton of juice either way. Your Illini, they've got to play number 1 Ohio State on the road, number 2 Oregon at home, number 22 Iowa at home. Those are the only 3 ranked teams. Brad, you got about 30 seconds. Over or under on your ILL?
Well, I've been talking to a lot of my friends who cover the team here locally, and they're all forecasting 7. And I said, you cowards. I say they're an 8-win team. I believe in Kane Hauser, the East Carolina transfer, one of the more accurate quarterbacks in the country last season. They have talent at the wide receiver position. Should be a decent offensive line. The defense has a ton of talent as well. They just have depth issues. Illinois, though, gets a snowman. They win 8, and I'll be happy.
310-840-4910. We're going to chat with Lindsay Rhodes from NFL Sumer Sports when we return. Ask her all the big questions heading into the 2026 season. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
I expect the Giants to be a much more complete team than what they were a year ago. But is it good enough to be first or second in this division? I'm not there yet. I'm all in on the Dallas Cowboys this year. Famous last words. I know. It's very rare that I find myself getting suckered in by America's team. Like, I am not one of these people that's waving cowboy pom-poms. Usually it's way more glass half empty than glass half full with the Cowboys, but their offense is loaded. Dak Prescott is one of the most underrated, underappreciated quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, if you watch the games every Sunday like I do, he's baller. He's big time quarterback. They got 2 tremendous receivers. They got a really good tight end. They rediscovered a running game last year. Their offense was as elite as almost any offense in the league a season ago. But their defense was an embarrassment of epic proportions. Between the coaching, between the talent, all of the above. This Giant team is going to be contending with the Cowboys with a much improved defense. Quinn Williams for a full year. Caleb Downs, arguably one of the best draft picks in the first round. And an Eagle team that, always seems to find a way now to win double-digit games.
I am selling all of the Giants stock that anybody bought because of the Harbaugh hire. And I have a lot of doubts about the consistency of this offense this season. I think a lot of people think, and look, the run game could be decent. I think you could sell me a story where the Giants are a pretty effective run game, but even in the Dart good games, a lot of it was third down. A lot of it was chasing explosive plays vertically. I'm not sure the personnel is there offensively to consistently pull that off long term. And I think the defense on the back end, to me, as much as we always love this pass rush and we talk about that, and the defense against the run should be better with Reader coming in and the rookie linebacker. Like you're like, all right, the run game should be a little better, but I have questions about the scheme and I have questions about the back end and the schedule. There's a lot of good quarterbacks on that schedule this year that could probably just pick apart that secondary. So I have a lot of questions about the Giants. I don't think Harbaugh is some massive upgrade in the year 2026 anymore because he's not giving you the schematic advantage. And I'm not really sure what the innovation is of this Giants offense that's going to surprise me this year. So I am a seller.
All right, putting your mics hot in 5 seconds here. 5,
The action unfolds live, loud in the game. It's BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 3 of this Tuesday get-together kicks off right now. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can also watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. To kick off hour number 3, we go to the guest line here to talk some football, and we'll bring in Lindsay Rhodes of NFL Sumer Sports. You can follow her on Twitter at Lindsay_Rhodes. Check her stuff out and check all their stuff out at sumersports.com. That's SUMER. Lindsay, it's Pat and Brad. Thanks so much for being with us. How you doing? Lindsay, your mic might be muted. Try it again, Lindsay. There you go. We got you.
Hello. Hi. I was saying that I'm happy to be with you. I spent a great deal of time with Brad over the weekend at Draft Nation in Vegas.
Yeah, so let's just, forget the NFL. Let's just, to start us off here, how was Sin City over the weekend in August? It's hot as hell, but football around the corner. A lot of folks excited about fantasy football. How was your weekend in Sin City?
It was a really fun event. As I'm sure Brad will attest to as well. Highly successful event. Good to see a lot of people in the fantasy football community. It was very hot. But, you're inside most of the time or at the pool in Vegas. Yeah. Those were like the two options. Yeah. But it was a little bit daunting to go back to your room at like 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock and see the thing that still says that it's over 100 degrees outside.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Either way, Lindsay, let's start in Cleveland here, where we got an anticlimactic ending to their quarterback battle. Deshaun Watson named the starting quarterback for first-year head coach Todd Monken. I can already see you're ready to erupt maybe, but look, I called it the mid-off between he and Shedeur Sanders, and Cleveland's going with the guy who has more experience and certainly a whole lot of more dollars on his contract. Do you think this was the right decision for Cleveland?
So I don't think it was anticlimactic because I thought that it was a somewhat shocking decision. I get what you're saying in terms of there wasn't going to be an announcement at the end where people were like, yay! But even if you take all of the stuff that's come up in the last week, the fan stuff out of the equation, if you take the off the field stuff out of the equation, you just look at the team's chances to win football games this year and also position itself for the future. This decision doesn't make sense to me, right? If you just look at the football, in his last 2 years on the field, Deshaun Watson ranked 42nd and 33rd in EPA per play. In sack rate, which you might go, offensive line, very much a quarterback stat as well. He ranked 44th out of 44 qualifiers and 34th.
Oh.
Brad, how many teams are there in the league?
Far less than that. 32 teams in the league. That's disgusting.
32. Were any of the numbers I just mentioned lower than 32? No. So now let's add back in the fans and the legal issues and the injury history and the amount of money that you paid for all of that. The one thing I think that we should know about the Browns' future quarterback is that it's not him. Is it Shedeur? Honestly, I probably don't think that's likely either. That's my opinion. But the difference between the two in a close competition, their words, not mine, they called it close, is that when Shedeur put up bottom of the league numbers in those categories, he did so as a rookie. So again, close competition, and your win total is what? 5.5 is what BetMGM I think has them as. Why don't you just play the young guy who might might get better, and who worst case scenario you can get a complete evaluation on, so that next year he is the guy, or again, maybe more likely not the guy, but you can know and you can make a move and it's clean. I'd rather see Dylan Gabriel for that same reason. Are we cutting the third rounder or are we not cutting the third rounder? You guys are not in my fantasy league, so I'm going to tell you this. I've even got my eyes on Taylon Green as a last round pick in deep leagues, because I could see him playing in order to get reps. And again, answers, because he's a raw talent. His tools are wild, though. He kind of reminds me of Anthony Richardson in that sense, like needs a lot of work, but like if it hits, just wow. So again, I just don't know what we're learning here for like maybe even the slightest advantage of winning a game or being in a game. But I don't even think that we've demonstrated in the last few years that Deshaun Watson gives you that ability. So I don't know what we're doing.
So look, Lindsay, is there any reason, and maybe based off of what you said, there was a lot of reason to believe that Jimmy and Dee Haslam were the ones making this decision rather than GM Andrew Berry or head coach Todd Monken?
I actually think it's the opposite. My gut reaction is that this was Monken. And I think if there's ever a time where, I mean, and by the way, I don't know, I could totally be wrong. This is just my read sitting from like very far away. The thing that makes the most sense to me is Todd Monken making this decision. And because that's the only scenario, that is the only person that is incentivized to, if we're splitting hairs, take the one that just comes up a hair higher, because he has to win games in order to retain his job, right? Like he is not in a position to think long-term about the Cleveland Browns and to say, playing Deshaun Watson and winning 6 games instead of 5 games does us no good as from a health of the franchise standpoint. If I was Haslam, this is when I would have stepped in and said, like, if it's close, make this decision. Because this is what, in my opinion, again, this is what's best for the long-term health of the franchise. I think we gain very, very little from playing Deshaun Watson.
Lindsay, it was great seeing in Vegas. And from one craptastic quarterback situation to another, let's go to Hotlanta and stick with that quarterback conversation. Their situation is equivalent to giving a 2-year-old a bowl full of saucy spaghetti, an absolute disaster. What do you make of the competition between Tua Tagovailoa and Michael Penix? Ian Rappaport saying it's impossible for this organization to trot out Tua week 1 against the Steelers. I want to get your side if you feel somewhat similar. And what are the expectations now, assuming that it is Penix for the majority of the season, for guys like Drake London and Kyle Pitts? Do we got to lower expectations with those dudes?
Wait, what? Okay, let me just think about this for a second. Penix is young. I think we have a slightly greater sample size than we have like from a Shedeur, for instance. I think we have seen Drake London and Kyle Pitts in situations where they can still thrive to a degree in an offense that isn't necessarily like, if they don't have the best quarterback play, there are also paths to them putting up a ton of yards and catches, because then the game script is one that leans towards a high passing volume. So I don't necessarily think that we will see, I mean, maybe your ceiling is curbed if you are either of those two guys, if you're not getting passes that are on target at a very high rate. It's an interesting contrast. Like Tua has been such a specific type of quarterback. So if he is in games at some point this season, that I'm curious to see, because Mike McDaniel, and I'm also curious about what I see from the Chargers, kind of for the same reason, but different, that there was such a specific offense there in Miami. And I am so intrigued going into this year to learn how much of that was specifically because of Tua, right? Like it had a low ADOT and a quick time to throw and lots of yak yards. And it was built to get the ball quickly to playmakers. and not so much stretch the field and then just let them pick up yards after the catch. So differently than we did in Miami, where they sort of built an offense around that strategy and they brought in a lot of speed and people who could create separation and then pick up yards after the catch. You're plopping Tua into an offense that's already built. And there are people who have those abilities, but you're not specifically putting pieces around him that play to the strengths and downplay the weaknesses. And so, again, going to the Chargers, I'm really curious to see if McDaniel takes a lot of that with him, knowing that Justin Herbert is an incredibly different style of quarterback and maybe opens things up. So I think long answer here, we're going to find out a lot about how much was Tua or what was built for Tua in Miami and what was McDaniel and just kind of his, gut sense of like how he wants to run an offense in the NFL. But with regards to Atlanta, I'm not sure my expectations are particularly high because of the quarterback situation. I'm a huge believer that your quarterback decides what your ceiling is. Your quarterback also decides what your floor is in a lot of cases. And so they're not a team that I see making a playoff run in a division where I think you could make arguments for the other three teams. I think that Atlanta's probably going to have the toughest time making it out of that division.
Yeah. Oh, you hear that, Pat? By the way, Lindsay, Pat
it's okay.
is already on record. He said early in the show that the Falcons are winning the NFC South. They're winning it.
I'm going to have to go back and listen to the reasons because I'm really curious.
Yeah, I mean, let's start with the. You want me to go through them? Yeah, should I go through them right now, really quick? I'll give you the speed. I'll give you the speed dating list here. One, so I believe Penix is a great quarterback. I think his ceiling is really, really high. I know he's had some accuracy issues, but he's got a rifle of an arm and he's got incredible weapons around him. You won't dispute that Bijan Robinson is a top 2 running back in the game. Yep. I think Drake London is a borderline top 10 receiver, and I am a person that continuously buys into Kyle Pitts. I was finally rewarded last year. I think the defense, the fact that they've got continuity, bringing Jeff Ulbrich back is going to be big for them. I think their secondary is severely underrated. I think Stefanski coming in,
yes.
we saw him make chicken salad out of what, or you know the phrase.
Did we?
In Cleveland. I think he did. I mean, he got them to the playoffs with Joe Flacco coming off the couch, and that's Joe Flacco was as reason as anything else. But Stefanski, I think, is a really damn good play caller and offensive coach. So I think he's going to unlock Michael Penix, and assuming he stays healthy, which I know is the biggest question mark, I think this kid's got an incredibly high ceiling, and as bad as he might have been last year, not to be the box score watcher or the season box score watcher, as bad as he was, right? I feel like he kind of was near that conversation of J.J. McCarthy bad. He threw for nearly 2,000 yards in only 9 games with 9 touchdowns and 3 picks. He took care of the football pretty well. Half the time he didn't know what team it was going to. But he didn't turn the ball over a whole ton. So, yeah, and I think the NFC South is completely lackluster, as it is every year. So every single team in that division has their pockmarks. I think the Falcons win it this year, Lindsay.
Okay, I respect all of those arguments. I think my thing with Penix is, and with all young quarterbacks, there is development that could take place. That's kind of my whole argument for Shedeur Sanders, even though I just said I don't necessarily see it developing in that direction, but I just want to get a clean answer on it. I haven't seen any underlying metrics, and I'm not saying anything that you said wasn't true. I haven't done a super deep dive on Penix, but I will say this, as I sort through a bunch of advanced stats at all times looking for things that jump out, I have not noticed anything about Penix that jumps out to me one way or the other. To say this is absolutely a disaster, or there's something here that I think that they can build on. So I feel less comfortable saying that I think that there's any indication that he is going to turn out to be good. But you're totally right that there are weapons around him. And the secondary comment is completely right on. I think that their draft strategy was pretty smart in terms of adding to that. I'm a big believer of taking a strength and making it stronger. And I think that they kind of did that there.
Yeah, I still think Pat is slugging the silly sauce, Lindsay, but we forge ahead. You and I, again, chatted extensively at the National Fantasy Football Draft Day in Viva Las Vegas over the weekend. As you're probably aware, fantasy managers are extremely nervous about spending round one capital on San Francisco's Christian McCaffrey due to the supposed extreme injury risk. What are your thoughts on CMC this season? Were you at all alarmed about learning in regards of his load management that has been employed so far in training camp in the preseason? You know, the 10 days on, the 10 days off. What are your general thoughts about McCaffrey? Can he stay healthy? And can San Francisco somehow avoid controversy? Yeah, I'm talking to you, Jed York.
I'm going to avoid that one. Threw that one in the end there, and I want no part of that.
I did.
But I will say the Christian McCaffrey stuff from training camp has scared me. I'm not going to lie. But I will say load management, I would much rather it be that than tightness. Like the tightness stuff that we were hearing earlier in training camp was scary because that's how that season where we all drafted him number 1 and then he like never played. That's how that season started. And we kept thinking, oh, they're being, and we know that they kind of lied to us that training camp, right? So there's a bit of like, I feel like we were a little bit duped, and there are buzzwords that are scary when it comes to somebody like Christian McCaffrey who has those soft tissue injuries somewhat repetitively, and they keep him out from long stretches of time. So I have drafted Christian McCaffrey in the first round earlier this offseason, and I can't say that I have since this became a thing. And the reason is later in the first round, I mean, it's a tough call, right? Like once you get to like 7 or 8, I start kind of getting like scared because there's so many different paths to ceiling or failure, I think, for the picks that come in the second half of the first round, and his is one. But I don't think I've checked that box yet because there's always somebody that I feel a little bit more confident. I can't take a 0. I can't take zeros, you know what I mean, for half of the season. And so I will rather roll the dice on like, see, I have concerns about Jonathan Taylor and the fact that he was like MVP caliber with Daniel Jones. And then, you know, it really fell off in the second half of the season when his quarterback play wasn't the same. And so I have worries about how tied his production is to Daniel Jones staying on the field and also producing at a rate that was like, I mean, that was peak Daniel Jones. Like, are we sure we're going to get peak Daniel Jones again? And so there's a little bit of this that happens in the back half of the first round, but I would rather take less than I anticipated than take nothing. And injuries are always something, like anyone could get hurt, right? Like, I mean, we all saw Jamar Chase get hurt at practice today and started holding our collective breaths. That can happen to anybody, but it feels like it's already maybe happening to Christian McCaffrey. And so that scares me quite a bit.
We're talking to Lindsay Rhodes here on BetMGM.
Like fantasy player number 1. Like that is absolutely in the cards for him as it was last year. Yeah, but low floor. And I don't want a low floor in the first round. I need a path to at least be like, if my wide receiver is not wide receiver 1, I want him to at least be wide receiver top 10 on the season. Like I can't risk a nothing burger in the first round.
Well, therein lies the risk. We're talking to Lindsay Rhodes here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And Lindsay covers the NFL for Sumer Sports. Make sure you check him out, sumersports.com. That's SUMER. Lindsay, formerly of NFL Network and SiriusXM Radio. You're listening on SiriusXM Channel 375 right now. Lindsay, as always, a lot of talk every year about regression for teams who maybe overperformed the year prior, maybe went further in the playoffs than a lot of folks thought they should. This year, I think 3 teams fit that mold more than any other. The Patriots, reigning MVP runner-up Drake May, went all the way to the Super Bowl. The reigning Super Bowl champions themselves, the Seattle Seahawks with Sam Darnold, or the cardiac Chicago Bears with Caleb Williams and what was then rookie head coach Ben Johnson. Out of those 3 teams, who do you think is most likely to actually regress and miss the playoffs?
I'm going to go with the Bears of those 3 teams.
Lindsay.
Are we fighting? What's going on?
Yeah, Brad, basically the entire show. Yeah, the entire show outside of me are Bears fans.
You gave me 3. I have colleagues at Sumer Sports, just to make this feel a little bit better. I would say the Seahawks. I don't agree though. I think that the coaching talent that they have there and their ability to kind of do what they did. I mean, they've so much talent on defense is wild, but the way that they strategically kind of out chess matched teams just year long on offense. I think I'm gonna go ahead and ride on that is likely to continue. I don't think that the Pats necessarily regress, because I think that, I mean, good grief, like look at what they gave Drake May. Drake May is a legitimately good quarterback. I'm not expecting regression from him. All of the advanced metrics suggest that he is good. And then you give him AJ Brown. I think that that's a sign that they will probably be very, very good again this year. The Bears, it's just the path to maybe disappointing is, Caleb not taking a step forward. Love the fact that he stopped taking sacks and he doesn't turn the ball over, and that kind of raises the floor for the offense and for him for sure. But I think that if there is a team, there are a lot more questions. Would you not agree? As far as those three teams go,
yeah.
We have questions about the wide receiver room. We have questions about, you have a lot more questions. We just don't know. We love Ben Johnson. In Ben Johnson, we trust. But, I mean, that's true for all of the coaches. You give me three options. I'm picking one. I'm not saying that the Bears aren't going to be good. You gave me three really tough options.
Yeah, that's entirely fair and completely warranted to have those questions about the Bears. And you know what? Hindsight will be 20/20 as always. Lindsay, last one for me. Are there any data points on Sumer Sports that continue to wow you, whether in a good or bad way from last season? Anything player, or it could be even team related, any of those possibly being a harbinger of performance to come? Again, good or bad. Give me a stat.
I mean, that's such a wide, all I do is live in this data. I don't have a specific data point that I can pull out for you right now, but I'll tell you what I will tell you. And that is, there are so many data points for you guys to jump into. Starting on Thursday, we're launching for the first time ever a consumer product called Sumer Pass that gives you access to our advanced data tables, and the number of refinements and the number of stats that we're tracking are so plentiful. And for the first time ever, you can see charting data live. We're tracking on every single play 300 data points on every second of every play in every game for every player, and we'll have all of that data available to you live as you're watching the game. So you don't have to wait till midday Monday. There's so much information that's coming your way. One of my favorite stats, though, I will say, is percent for quarterbacks. If you're looking for fantasy purposes, percent attempt to the slot, percent attempt to backs. You can look and see what different players' tendencies are, so that it helps you project. Percent attempt to slots, kind of rad, right? Because you can figure out then, is this quarterback somebody who's likely to throw to this slot receiver that I'm considering drafting in the 8th round, and I'm looking at the upside there. So lots and lots of really cool data points for you to be able to go answer this question for yourself moving forward. And that will be available starting on Thursday.
Nice.
Talking to Lindsay Rhodes here on BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports, all things NFL. Lindsay, who do you think should be QB1 for the Raiders? Do you think they're making the right decision, slow playing Fernando Mendoza? And then if you think they're making the right decision, or either way, how long would be too long for the Raiders to wait before turning things over to Mendoza?
Yeah, that's a really interesting question. I do think, because again, like I said, and I know that I'm not a fan, so I'm not invested on a week-to-week basis. I'm not going we have to win this one game and that will make me happy. I'm thinking long-term for the teams that I'm not expecting to win this. It's about health of franchise. It's about building correctly. And so I do not mind him starting on the bench 100%. We see this a lot. We saw it with Drake May, right? You're waiting for that right window where you can put him in and everything else is clicking. And we know that the environment for the Raiders was terrible last year. It made everything worse. It made Geno look worse than he was. The whole thing was collectively awful. They've got a lot to get on the right track. Don't love the wide receiver room. So all of this is a long way of saying that I think if you start Kirk Cousins, who's a professional quarterback and can kind of start further down the road, he can help you get a read on which wide receivers are going to be there for Fernando Mendoza when he starts throwing the ball around. You can come up with an offensive strategy that's going to set him up to succeed. You can figure out what your O-line looks like. You can get them gelling. Hopefully they stay healthy. All of these things give you a little bit of time to just kind of get the offense rolling and then plug him into a situation which you can succeed. Their bye isn't until so late in the season, so I don't think there's an obvious time to turn to him. but I would like to get him some reps because I don't think that they're going to be in the playoff hunt this year. And I think that it would behoove them to get him a little bit of experience. These first round quarterbacks, you've got 5 years, but really you have 3. You have to make a decision at some point after 3 about whether to extend them financially at that point. The earlier, the better. So I just want to see him starting to get some reps, but I don't mind waiting a little while so he's set up to succeed.
Lindsay, appreciate your time so much. Want to squeeze in one more quick one if I can, and you can make this short. It doesn't have to be a long answer, but it sounds like you were a football addict just like the rest of us. Yeah, so
I'll try.
Look, lot of promising rookies about to take flight here in the 2026 season, and some are already heading into the regular season with a lot more opportunities than they might have initially thought because of some injuries to their teammates. Either way, which non-quarterback rookies are you most excited to watch this season?
You know who I'm just the most intrigued about? And I like drafting him in fantasy, but more than anything, I'm just intrigued about him as a prospect, and that's Casey Concepcion. When we were doing our draft coverage leading up to the draft, wide receiver, Browns, one of the rookie wide receivers that they drafted, Denzel Boston, the other one. People I talk to, our scouts do evaluations on the rookies, and people I talk to around like, that was a name that kept coming up. People were like, and he wasn't one of the top guys that everyone was talking about, Carnell Tate, Mackay, whatever. They were like, yeah, answer. And you know who I really like? I got that so many times in the draft. The advanced metrics on Casey Concepcion are insane. He is versatile. You can work him inside, outside. You can he turns into a running back with the ball in his hands. I think he can work some of that short intermediate area. And if they're not getting solid quarterback play, then they might need some of those checkdowns. I think versatility is a really interesting thing to have when you're in an offense like that, or period, in a 2026 offense. You got to be creative. You have to be. So he has a lot of paths, I think, to become somebody that is a big part of that offense. And I'm really interested to see if it pans out, because it doesn't always, but I think that he's somebody I'm really interested to see week 1 and what his role is there in Cleveland.
Love that answer.
Awesome. Yeah, awesome stuff. Lindsay, this was a blast. We definitely can't wait to have you on again soon, and we appreciate so much of your time and looking forward to catching up with you again in the near future. Thanks so much.
Love it. Thank you so much for having me, guys.
Thanks, Lindsay. See ya.
Bye. There you go, Lindsay Rhodes of Sumer Sports. Check out their stuff, sumersports.com, SUMER. Make sure you give her a follow on Twitter because that was awesome, at Lindsay_Rhodes, formerly of NFL Network and Sirius XM. Wow, great stuff. All right, we got to grab a break, but when we come back, we might have a chance to break down some of Lindsay's comments, but also we'll play a new game. The Price is Right or Wrong, NFL style. We'll explain when we come back. 310-840-4910. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Kelly, what is your favorite NFL take you have one way or another for the season?
I am really, really down on a couple of teams this year. And I mean, miserably down. And I'm going to have a lot of people hate me for this, but I'm taking the Minnesota Vikings under 8.5 wins. We all know that this is one of the toughest divisions in football. The Detroit Lions, I do ultimately think, will win this division, though I will say I think that Green Bay will be neck and neck with them, which means somebody has to take a step back. And I'm not sure it's Chicago. Typically, I take the underseason win total in Chicago and have done so since I started betting in 2008. I think I've lost 3 of those years. But I like Ben Johnson. I do think that the Vikings are actually going to be the team that ends up at the bottom of the pile there. And here's the reality. Yes, Sam Darnold did just win a Super Bowl. So when I say this list of quarterbacks, I don't want to hear his name. But the argument is going to be, look, the Vikings won 9 games, Kelly, every single season with awful quarterbacks. How much worse can Kyler Murray be? 9, if you will. J.J. McCarthy is no longer going to be the starter. Carson Wentz, Max Brosmer. I will say this, Kyler Murray has a really low bar to clear. I just don't think that there's much of a drop off between him and JJ McCarthy. I was not impressed with Murray's last several seasons, but I think there's more than it's just the Cardinals organization being the problem. We can blame it on that all we want. Yes, they want to say Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback whisperer and he takes his offense very seriously from timing, and maybe he can teach Kyler Murray something. I just don't think he's going to be able to teach it to him right now. And I have to say, the defense going to really miss Jonathan Grenard and Javon Hargrave. This is going to be one of those kind of Brian Flores' aggressive years that he tries to push the pedal. The problem is he doesn't have the talent. I think the Vikings under 8.5 wins is the way to go.
I agree with that play. You want to know why, Kelly? I'm out of the Kyler Murray business. I've bet him over each of the last 2 years with the Arizona Cardinals. Been there, done that. Division too good. Lions going to win double-digit games. Respect for the Packers. Johnson, Williams, the whole deal. I'm with you. I would go under on Minnesota. Ariel, do you have a plant the flag NFL take for the season?
Yeah, I am very down on the running back for the Bengals, Chase Brown, this year. So I'm going to go under 825.5 rushing yards. You kind of have to go one or the other. You're going to bet against this offensive line that has never gotten better in Cincinnati. You either got to fade Joe Burrow or you're going to fade the running back. But you can't really fade both, because if Joe Burrow stays healthy, then it hurts Chase Brown. If Joe Burrow gets hurt, it helps Chase Brown. I'm going to bet that Joe Burrow stays healthy, but Chase Brown has a down year, because they're going to be playing in a lot of tight games. You look at all the spreads for Cincinnati, it's all within a possession. That means Chase Brown's not getting the ball much in the second half if the Bengals are playing in close games or from behind. But also that offensive line, all they did was add rookies, Brian Parker, Connor Lew. That was it. So when your primary 5 starting linemen on the field last year, running backs averaged just about 1.5 yards per contact per attempt, and yards before contact per attempt. That's a lot of words. But Warren Sharp actually ranked the O-line 28.
Doesn't sound fun.
No. But you're dealing with the running back that's very, he's big, but he's not a boom kind of guy. Like, he's not going to get a lot like McCaffrey and Gibbs that are able to just go for 15 plus yards. He ranked actually in the bottom half of running backs last year in running backs that broke open for 15 plus rushing yards on one attempt. So I'm going to go with the under on rushing yards for Chase Brown this year overall in the season.
You're not going to like this, prop queen. I love the Bengals this season. And I know famous last words. I consider to you, Kelly's shaking her head. You're rolling your eyes. Kelly, I have to be fair on this. Kelly, I didn't like them last year. I bet them under. 2 years ago, they were incredibly frustrating to bet, and I rolled the roller coaster. No futures. Kelly, that schedule is easy. The defense is going to be better, and Burrow's a stud. They're not getting a double-digit wins.
Yeah, but that's just so easy. Vegas just marched out a 9.5, and they handed it to you on a silver platter. Please, JJ, bet the Bengals to win 10 games. All I'm saying is I agree with Ariel. This offensive line is a disaster, and you know who it's a real disaster for? Joe Burrow.
This year they bring in Mike McDaniel. I think this is the group that could take the leap, and I wouldn't be surprised in week 7 or 8 if we're saying that the Chargers are the best offense in the AFC.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
That's perfect. There you go. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Huge shout out to Lindsey Rhodes joining us last segment from NFL Sumer Sports, SUMER. That was fantastic stuff. So Let's get right to our next segment here. First time we're doing it, brand new game. It is called The Price is Right or Wrong. Brad, explain the premise, and then let's get this puppy underway, baby.
Yes, I believe our outstanding producer, Brandon Cohn's going to be tossing out a couple of players we do not know and their salaries, and we're going to decide whether the price is right or wrong. Going to work in some fantasy ADPs as well. Also decide if those current prices are right or wrong, and that's it. Let's play.
Beautiful. All right, Combs, so get us going here, brother.
Let's do it. You know, when you guys did that little music thing at the beginning, it reminded me of that System of a Down song. What was it like? Wake up! And then I don't even know the words.
Everybody put a little makeup. How does God's fade away to shake up?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought of when you guys did that. But anyway, Brad is correct. I'm going to give you guys 3 players and their stats, and you're going to tell me whether or not the price of their contract is right or if the price of their contract is wrong. First one, we'll start with the guy that we've talked about at length with the Las Vegas Raiders, and that is Mr. Kirk Cousins. Kirk Cousins over his last season where he was the starting quarterback in Atlanta. He started 8 games. He was 5-3 in those games, and he had 1,721 passing yards, 10 touchdowns to 5 interceptions. His current contract is actually a 5-year, $172 million nominal contract with the Las Vegas Raiders. Essentially, it's going to be a 1-year contract, $20 million total for the 2026 season. Brad, is the price right or is the price wrong for Kirk Cousins?
The price is certainly wrong. I mean, that's way too exorbitant for a guy that's soon going to be a backup quarterback. Now, Pat and I disagree on exactly when Fernando Mendoza is going to be inserted into the starting lineup. And talking to Lindsey Rhodes, the last segment, it's really anyone's best guess. I was listening to a couple of beat writers earlier today, reading between the lines, and there were a couple of them that came out and said Ryan McFadden of ESPN, as a matter of fact, said, Kirk Cousins is going to be under center until November 1. And actually aligns with Pat. That's a large chunk of the season. But for that kind of heavy coin, well, the price is wrong. It seems downright silly for a backup quarterback, no matter how experienced and wise he may be. Yeah, there it is. Appropriate sounder.
Yeah, I guess you could say the price is wrong. Let's not forget, most of that money was coming over from the Atlanta Falcons, who are covering a large part of his salary due to the previous release. So the Raiders are only paying him a $1.3 million base salary. So you could say he's making $20 million. He's not. The Raiders are actually only paying him the veteran minimum here. So actually, I'm going to say the price is right because that's what really matters. The cap hit and everything else. Yeah. And for a guy that's going to come in here and teach the ropes to Fernando Mendoza and hopefully win some football games in the first half of the season, price is right on Kirk Cousins. Price is right, Bobby.
For a guy who's going to fail and a guy who you're expecting that your rookie is going to take over for you in week 2, I think the price is wrong as well. All right, let's move on. Next guy up, new running back for the Kansas City Chiefs, Super Bowl MVP, Kenneth Walker III, signed a 3-year, $43.05 million contract, guaranteed $13 million signing bonus, $28.7 million of that was guaranteed. This is Kenneth Walker III, who, coming off of a career year, first time he's played all 17 games in a season, but only the second time in his 4-year career that he's rushed for over 1,000 yards. The first time was in 2022, and this time was 1,027 yards. So, Pat, the 28.7 million guaranteed, 3 years, $43.05 million. Is the price right or is the price wrong for Kenneth Walker III?
The price is right. I mean, it's basically in line with the market here. Now, he got paid before Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan Robinson got their extensions. But, now that you look at that, I mean, Kenneth Walker, in terms of the total value and the average annual value, he's 8th on the list of running backs? That's kind of right in line of where he should be for a guy that's 26, got his first big boy contract here, and he's coming off of being the Super Bowl MVP, where, yes, he was getting vultured in the red zone by Zach Charbonnet. Ask any fantasy owners, ask Seahawks fans. Kenneth Walker did all the dirty work, and then Zach Charbonnet scalped so many of his touchdowns from him, but we saw him carry the Seahawks not on his back. It was largely the defense, but he, took a bulk share of that offense. And when Charbonnet went down, they said, no problem. We got KW3 or K9 here. That's fine. Kenneth Walker, yes, absolutely deserves this contract. The price is right. This is not an overpay at all.
I agree. The price is certainly right because running backs are all of a sudden all in vogue again. Remember just a couple of years ago, even some of the top flight guys were getting just peanuts in terms of new contracts. It was kind of all the raging for proven veterans get like 2-year, $8 to $12 million deals. So, again, just over $30 million over a 3-year span. He's got a lot of tread left on the tires. A guy that was underutilized, working at RBBC and a full-blown one at that in Seattle, and he was a yak machine. He is going to flourish and turn a tidy profit in Kansas City, which will be more run heavy this year. That's why I'm fading Patrick Mahomes.
I think you guys are completely wrong. This offense with the Kansas City Chiefs and the way that they underutilize their running backs as well. They do not use Kenneth Walker III in the way that Kenneth Walker III you would like him to be utilized. And number two, I don't think Kenneth Walker III is an every down back. I don't think he's a guy that can carry the load. I think he's a guy that needs to be in an RBBC platoon. He's never sniffed 1,100 yards in a season. He's always had over 200 carries. This is not a guy that I would give $43 million to when running backs are a dime a dozen. It's just money not well spent in an offense that I don't think is going to utilize them the right way anyway. So I think the price is wrong. All right.
Combs, I'll just say maybe the Chiefs underutilize their running backs because they haven't had running backs for like the last 2.5 years.
Kareem Hunt?
Isaiah
Pacheco?
Exactly. You have Patrick Mahomes. It's a passing offense.
Yeah, with a bunch of receivers that were completely unreliable or hurt last year.
All right. Okay. We'll see if they change their tune. I haven't seen it yet from them, so I just think it's a bad contract. All right. Malik Willis signed a 3-year, $67.5 million contract with the Miami Dolphins. We're hearing a lot of stuff coming out of Miami that it's not very good, and this is a large contract for a guy that has never started more than 3 games in a season and a guy that has thrown for 6 total touchdowns and 3 total interceptions in his short career. Brad, is the price right or is the price wrong for Malik Willis?
The price is right, believe it or not. I think Malik Willis is a very talented quarterback and a guy that showed stark improvement. Now, it's a small sample size, but he got the tutelage and proper adjustments in his game with the Green Bay Packers. And I think that is going to carry over with some, and it's really just a modicum amount of success in Miami. The cupboard's rather bare in terms of his weaponry. Maybe Caleb Douglas can, live up to the hype. And some of these other young guns they have, Greg Dulcich, I don't think is a slouch at tight end. I mean, the offense is a walking, talking disaster. They're going to be the reverse 72 Dolphins, maybe over for this year. But ain't going to be Malik Willis's fault. He's a scoring duelist. Get it done with the arm and the legs. And again, with the improvements in the accuracy, I think he's going to have a fair amount of decent games. Just get the man some decent weapons, and you'll see what he can bring fully to the table. The price is right.
Yeah, the price is right for me, mostly because they have an out in his contract after 2 years. It's a 3-year deal, but after 2 years, if it hasn't worked, they could basically take a dead cap hit of just over $13 million. That's minimal compared to some of the dead cap hits we've seen teams take over the last few years. Now, again, for a guy that's barely ever made any starts, okay, I can understand. I still think this is essentially a 2-year risk for Miami. You've got to pay a quarterback something if he's going to be your starter. So only $22.5 million average annual value. The price is right as well for me. 310-840-4910. Take a short break. When we come back, get you caught up on the baseball scores of the night and continue to get you set for your fantasy drafts because a lot of you are having them this week. 310-840-4910. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This year they bring in Mike McDaniel. I think this is the group that could take the leap, and I wouldn't be surprised in week 7 or 8 if we're saying that the Chargers are the best offense in the AFC. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think it's on the table. I think Buffalo.
Are you on them from let's take it a step further, though. You like them to win the division. Would you suggest to the audience Herbert MVP, Charger AFC Super Bowl tickets are worth having or no?
Herbert MVP I saw dipped under 10-1. At that number, it's probably not great, right? Relatively, because we are still talking about a quarterback that would need to take a pretty sizable leap in efficiency right? He's never had one of those Burrow-esque or even Stafford-esque or May-esque seasons, right? I think May is a better bet for MVP at the same price than Herbert because May has demonstrated elite offensive efficiency and adds A.J. Brown to the mix, and there's continuity. Whereas with Herbert, it is still a new scheme. It's a little bit different than what he's used to. There isn't that 1A receiver that really puts this offense over the top. I think it's going to be a scheme upgrade that will make them a better offense. But we're still dealing with, again, new OC, new DC for the Chargers. So there's real questions about whether it takes a little bit of time to come in and produce at the level that I think this offense is capable of doing in the McDaniel offense.
This is still a plus money bet. Patriots to miss the playoffs. Shaky line, Super Bowl hangover, plus 172. Sign me up right now for the Patriots at plus 172 to go and miss the postseason. Feeling really, really good about that. You want an under? I'll give you an under. Jacksonville Jaguars. First place schedule. Questions still to me about Lawrence. Division going to be improved. Texans are good. Colts get Jones back. Titans are going to be spunkier. And the books are giving you 8.5 as a total for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That, my friends, should tell you something. And then the last team I'd be looking to sell. Mentioned Joey Porter Jr. The Pittsburgh Steelers have had a winning record every single year for forever. Like mid-2000s, the last time you're talking about a Steelers team with a losing season. It will happen. Bengals and Ravens, very, very good. First place schedule, not ideal. Give me the Steelers. Under. Sorry, Mike McCarthy. And sorry, Aaron Rodgers. Not getting a 9.
BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle and Brad Evans returns now.
I'm not crying, you're crying. Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans, I'm Pat Boyle. That was Dolly Parton's rendition of I Will Always Love You. We are honoring the now late, great Dolly Parton. Passed away today at the age of 80. Icon, legend. Those words don't even do it justice. The 11-time Grammy winner, again, 80 years old. 310-840-4910. Brad, we just got a couple of minutes here. Let's get into some baseball since we haven't touched upon a whole lot tonight. We got a whole scoreboard worth of action going on right now. Still plenty of games yet to start with some big-time playoff implications. I'll start off with the Yankees here and the Astros because Houston, after their loss last night, now a half game back of the Texas Rangers in the AL West. And my New York Yankees firmly atop that wild card standing, still trying to catch the Rays in the AL East. And then I'll let you pick your favorite game or two, or you can just preview your Cubbies coming up in a bit here. Yankees 3.5 back of the Rays, and right now the Yankees lead at 5-3 in the top of the sixth. Will Warren has done pretty well. He just came out of the game. 5 innings, 7 hits, 2 earned. And the Yankees offense lifted by a 3-run bomb from Cody Bellinger and then a 2-run bomb from Luis Garcia Jr., who they got in the trade deadline from Washington. So the long ball doing the Yankees big-time favors tonight. Yordan Alvarez, 2 for 3, a couple of knocks already. So that's a big W there for Brandon Combs and Let's Go Streaking. Dalton Varsho's also got me 2 hits. I did strike him out, but he also extended my streak and Let's Go Streaking. So thank you, Dalton Varsho. And he's responsible for 2 of the Astros' 3 runs tonight, but Yanks winning 5-3 as it's now a battle of the bullpens. Brad, what you got your eye on tonight in baseball?
Well, I mean, just to coincide with your Yankees update there, Detroit's up 4-1 right now on the Tampa Bay Rays, and that one hitting in the bottom of the 8th. Meanwhile, let's see. Let's go to the NL Central. Milwaukee's actually losing. Now, there's still time for them to catch up, though there is a runner on third for the New York Mets in the bottom of the 6th inning with nobody out. So it looks like the Mets just grabbed the lead. Luis Roberts, the former Southsider, with a solo shot to get him the slimmest of margins there, 2-1. And they do just get it out there as Jared Young grounded out. 1 out, man on third, bottom of the 6th, Mets up 2-1 on the Milwaukee Brewers. Elsewhere, Dodgers and Atlanta, colossal series in the National League. A couple of powerhouse teams are all knotted up at 3. White Sox up 6-1 on the Texas Rangers. And yes, I'm preparing the mind and body for my Chicago Cubs. Clay Holmes, I believe his second, might be his third appearance for the Northsiders, going against Brandon Pfaadt of the Arizona Diamondbacks, who's pitched really well here of late. Although he did get rocked at his last start, gave up 5 earned. But Clay Holmes getting a lot of weak contact. It's what he does best. Ton of ground ball outs. Alex Bregman going to be awfully busy there at third base. But Holmes, in fact, going toe-to-toe down in the desert, which will probably be at least 50-50 Cubs to Diamondbacks fans.
Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like any team with a respectable fan base, when you play the Diamondbacks in the desert, your team takes over 50% of that stadium. No disrespect to D-backs fans, but I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah,
you're getting your building's going to get taken over. All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother. Got a big hump day tomorrow as we're getting set for a bunch of games on Thursday, a bunch of preseason games on Friday. Final week of the NFL preseason rolls on tomorrow. We're looking forward to catching up with you, brother.
Likewise. Adios, mi amigos.
Hot or colds coming up next here on BetMGM tonight. This is Westwood One Sports.
I expect the Giants to be a much more complete team than what they were a year ago. But is it good enough to be first or second in this division? I'm not there yet. I'm all in on the Dallas Cowboys this year. Famous last words. I know. It's very rare that I find myself getting suckered in by America's team. Like, I am not one of these people that's waving cowboy pom-poms. Usually it's way more glass half empty than glass half full with the Cowboys, but their offense is loaded. Dak Prescott is one of the most underrated, underappreciated quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, if you watch the games every Sunday like I do, he's baller. He's big time quarterback. They got two tremendous receivers. They got a really good tight end. They rediscovered a running game last year. Their offense was as elite as almost any offense in the league a season ago. But their defense was an embarrassment of epic proportions. Between the coaching, between the talent, all of the above. This Giant team is going to be contending with the Cowboys with a much improved defense. Quinn Williams for a full year. Caleb Downs, arguably one of the best draft picks in the first round. And an Eagle team that, always seems to find a way now to win double-digit games.
I am selling all of the Giants stock that anybody bought because of the Harbaugh hire. And I have a lot of doubts about the consistency of this offense this season. I think a lot of people think, and look, the run game could be decent. I think you could sell me a story where the Giants are a pretty effective run game, but even in the Dart good games, a lot of it was third down. A lot of it was chasing explosive plays vertically. I'm not sure the personnel is there offensively to consistently pull that off long term. And I think the defense on the back end, to me, as much as we always love this pass rush and we talk about that, and the defense against the run should be better with Reeder coming in and the rookie linebacker. Like, you're like, all right, the run game should be a little better, but I have questions about the scheme and I have questions about the back end and the schedule. There's a lot of good quarterbacks on that schedule this year that could probably just pick apart that secondary. So I have a lot of questions about the Giants. I don't think Harbaugh is some massive upgrade in the year 2026 anymore, because he's not giving you the schematic advantage, and I'm not really sure what the innovation is of this Giants offense that's going to surprise me this year. So I am a seller.
the time. Is it hot or is it cold? You decide right now on BetMGM Tonight After Dark.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans for the night, and that means we've got 2 solo hours coming your way as we take you to 11 p.m. Eastern, which is what we do every Monday through Friday. It's now the solo portion of the show, a.k.a. you heard the man, BetMGM Tonight After Dark. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Phone number to join the show on anything we've discussed so far, the Atlanta Falcons quarterback competition. Should it be Michael Penix? Should it be Tua Tagovailoa? Or is there a chance for the undrafted free agent Jack Strand, who's been carving up backup defenses for the first 2 weeks of the preseason? I think it should be the Penix God. I have been 10 toes down on Michael Penix this entire offseason. Finally gets medically cleared for 11 on 11 full team drills yesterday. And then they had their first full padded practice with Penix taking first team reps today. They've got their preseason finale coming up against Friday against the Dolphins. I think Penix should absolutely play. And hopefully by this time next week, he'll be named the starting quarterback of the Falcons. It's the only chance they have of making the playoffs this year. Tua has been so bad that this has still been a competition. He had months of advantage of playing time where Michael Penix is just watching from the sidelines when the team reps really matter, and he couldn't do anything with it. So much to the point where Ian Rappaport, one of the top NFL insiders and reporters of the last decade plus, reported that it would be nearly quote-unquote impossible for Tua to earn the starting job. That's apparently how bad he has been in joint practices and all throughout training camp. And the one little action of preseason game that he got in their first preseason game, he played one series, he completed one pass, he fumbled a snap, and that was basically it. 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. We also did a deep dive on the Big Ten, and we got into the college football news of the day, where now the Big Ten and the SEC have finally stood up and said, no. Any player that was on an active NFL or that was on an NFL roster or did not withdraw from the NFL draft appropriately cannot come back and play college football. And this comes after the last few days where Lane Kiffin and LSU, most notably, of course, making headlines for all the wrong reasons. As Daquan Wright gets waived by the Cleveland Browns, Xavier Harris also gets waived by an NFL team, and LSU says, yeah, we'd like those guys to come to Baton Rouge and play for the LSU Tigers. Oh, not the NCAA, the Big Ten and the SEC saying, nope, not going to happen. 310-840-4910. So with that, let's bring in producer Brandon Combs, and let's kick off a little hot or cold, shall we? Combs, what's going on, brother?
Let's kick off some hot or cold. Look, this Daquan Wright thing, whether or not it's allowed to happen, the fact that he even had a plan in place, to me, is wild in itself. And it sounds like he had already had an agreement to play. So I'm wondering if Daquan Wright could still be a part of this thing where, I mean, I don't know what it is. Like, if you have an agreement, you have a contract already with the school. I don't know how that plays out because, I mean, look, contracts are legally binding. So I don't know how you get out of that, but I guess we'll find out. But regardless of whether or not it happens, just the thought of Lane Kiffin recruiting players that were on NFL rosters a week ago, like Daquan Wright, makes him even more insufferable. Hot or cold?
Yeah, hot. I mean, look, Lane Kiffin's great for college football, but he's also horrible for college football because he's all the evil parts of it. Like, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Bundled up into one person, into one coach. You know how he left Ole Miss and Oxford high and dry to go to LSU, like in the night, and it was like the worst kept secret by it when it actually did happen, to the point where ESPN had to interview him on the freaking tarmac before he flies to Baton Rouge. Basically, tries to bring his entire staff. Leaves before Ole Miss embarks on the college football playoff, and they nearly stuck it all the way to him. They get all the way to the semifinals. Oh, man, I would have loved to see Ole Miss win the title last year. And now he's doing things like this. You know, again, immediately going after players like Daquan Wright and Xavier Harris. And then Lane Kiffin has the audacity on Pat McAfee's show today to say that there's a double standard because the SEC and the Big Ten should not be allowed to overrule a judge's injunction issued in Louisiana. Lane Kiffin saying, quote, over 100 athletes in multiple sports were cleared and said you could go play. That's a court order. If you think back on all the different court orders of great players that were granted, we followed all court orders. I think you get into a really interesting situation as a conference if you're now saying, well, we're not going to follow this court order. These kids that a court says can go anywhere, we're going to say, no, you can't. Yeah, because the conferences in the NCAA and the NCAA, the governing body, or who's supposed to be the governing body of collegiate sports, should have the final say. Okay, not just what a state judge wants to say, going completely against the rules and the, what the NCAA has put out. So, no, I'm glad that the Big Ten and the SEC showed some spine and said, yeah, not going to happen. Like, stick it, Lane Kiffin, and I'm sure he's going to cry about this some more. So, yeah, he's completely insufferable, even more insufferable than he normally is for this stunt that he's been trying to pull here over the last couple of days. And I'm glad the SEC finally came down on him.
Look, Lane Kiffin is a brilliant college football coach. Lane Kiffin knows how to win ball games. Lane Kiffin is one of those dudes. There's a reason why LSU gave him the bag, and there's a reason why he left Ole Miss to go get that bag. All of that stuff I'm okay with. I want LSU to go 0-12 now, though. I want, this is just, Lane Kiffin coming out, oh, well, they shouldn't be able to overrule a court order. They're a private entity. Each school, the SEC, if they have rules against certain things, guess what? They don't have to abide by it. That's just how it goes. And if you want to get another injunction and you want to fight this thing out in court, go ahead. But by the time that you get it through court, the season's already going to be over. Like, I'm so tired of we're going to bring these athletes back. We're going to let this happen. We're going to stop. These are professional athletes. This guy signed. Not only did he get cut from the Cleveland Browns, but Daquan Wright actually signed with the Philadelphia Eagles, who then placed him on waivers. And then he went to the Cleveland Browns after they picked him up off of waivers. So he's been on 2 NFL teams in this offseason. So I don't want to hear the nonsense of oh, yeah, well, the court says that this. Stop it. It's one of the biggest problems that we have in this country as a whole already anyway. But let's just stop with we've got to give this guy another chance to play. We've got to do. It started with the Texas Tech, and now it's going into LSU. All of these injunctions from Sorsby down to Daquan Wright, it's insane. Just stop. Stop. If you're not good enough to play professional ball, do what all the other guys who have completed college, have decent careers, and then gone out and not made a professional team. You either get into media, and you go ahead and you steal somebody else's job because you want to be a color analyst and they think you're better at it than anybody else when you're terrible at it, Tony Romo. And you're going to go ahead or you can go ahead and be a car salesman. You go out and have a career, go learn how to do carpentry, go do something else like everybody else that has come before you has done. That's what needs to happen here. If you're not good enough to make a roster, you've got to go earn a living elsewhere, and you've got to figure out how to do it. And it's not my fault that you only took freaking online classes while you were in school on how to watch TV. Stop it.
Who took that class? Who was it that took a class like that?
There was a kid in it was either Florida State or Miami in the 90s that they caught on his transcripts, and it was TV watching. was on his transcripts.
Oh man. Oh
It's
man.
insane.
I'm trying to Google it to remember because we were just talking about it the other day. I can't remember.
I can't. It was one of the. I remember it was one of the linebackers who wasn't very intelligent. You could tell every time he talked to the media, and that's how like I think people started, questioning the legitimacy of some of these guys who were in school. And I'm fine. Look, if you're not smart, and I don't want to even say you're not smart, but there are book smarts and then there are street smarts, and some people have both. Some people have one more than they have the other. I'm okay with all that, especially if you're good on the field. And if you can go get on a professional team, I don't care whether or not you can read or write. If you can play football, go play football. If that's your thing, that's how you earn your living, fine. But if you go to make an NFL roster and you don't make the NFL roster, you don't get to go back and play college football.
Yeah.
Dude, are you kidding me? Like, look, look, I'm not very good at I couldn't play in Major League Baseball. I bet you I could hit the hell out of a ball at the Little League World Series, though. Should I go back and try and play that?
If you can get a court order, why not?
I mean, I probably still have some years of eligibility left.
We just got to do what the guy did in the Benchwarmers. I am 12. Here's my birth certificate.
Paper and a
I'm
picture
12.
and crayon. Yeah, absolutely. It's insane. All right. Moving forward, the Bears rivalry uniforms. I don't know if you saw these things. I was sorely disappointed because I really thought we were going to get the ice whites or the polar bears, as some people were calling them. The all white uniform would have been great. But the monstrosity that the Bears rolled out, just atrocious. As I love Monty. He's got it right on the screen. They're just so ugly. I don't know if this is the University of Illinois or what's going on, but hot or cold, the Bears rivalry uniforms are atrocious.
Yeah, hot. It looks like Illinois. If Brad was still with us here on the show, if we did this an hour earlier, he'd be going. I can already hear ILL blowing out my eardrums because this is what it looks like. They look like the Fighting, or they look like Syracuse. They don't look like the Chicago Bears. I agree, and I did see the post that the multiple reports said that they were going to go with the ice white with the bear, like their bear logo on the side of the helmet. That would have looked sweet. That would have looked cool. If you
Everybody,
did,
all the fans have been clamoring for that uniform for the last 3-4 years, and they continue to suck. These uniforms, like I did like the orange helmet last year. I do like that addition of the orange helmet, but these uniforms are just, it's atrocious. It really is. I don't know. I'm extremely disappointed. And the Bears just continue to disappoint. We don't even still have a stadium plan yet, and you still screwed this up. You're screwing everything up. Everything.
Yeah, the orange pants stink. If you wanted to do the orange numbers inspired by the 1948 team, the Monsters of the Midway, okay, but you shouldn't have gone with the orange pants. Again, they literally look like Syracuse or Illinois. They don't look like the Chicago Bears. It looks like a college uniform.
And what makes it even worse, and I want to throw up in my mouth to admit this, the one that the Packers unveiled, filthy. So nice. I actually really like the one that the Packers unveiled. I hate to admit that, but they just are. They unveiled a better rivalry uniform than what the Bears did.
I like the number. It reminds me of, which is a jersey that I hate. It reminds me of the Red Sox green alternate unis, but it looks good on the Green Bay Packers. Don't get me wrong. I don't know how I feel about
they got the white helmet too.
Yeah, they do have the white helmet, but it looks like almost like the Bethune-Cookman logo where it says GB. Is that the Packers' old logo? That literally looks like Bethune-Cookman.
It is the one that Lombardi used to rock.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. Yeah, Lee's our resident Packers fan. That's should have asked him.
Shout out
Lee.
To
how do you feel?
Probably the
how do
only
you
time
feel?
You hear me say anything good about the Packers, Lee?
Yeah, Lee. How do you feel about these unis?
I like the uni.
Yeah, my ears perked up. I like them. I dig them. They're not, they didn't blow my socks off, but there was some cool stuff about it, including the GB, the ridged lines imitate the what is it? The bill of sale for ticket holders or shareholders. I thought that was a cool, cool note of
Did you laugh when you saw the Bears one?
I laughed when I saw the picture of Caleb Williams, and I wasn't sure if it was really a real pose or not. But AB tweeted out his famous line that I can't say on.
Oh yeah,
it was,
yeah, I know. Yeah.
I couldn't tell if that was a real pose or not.
It was, because I've seen it in other places. I didn't like it either. I thought that was a huge miss. I thought they could have done better. I was really hoping for the polar bear ones. I thought we were finally going to get them, and just so disappointed. So disappointed. I was waiting because I saw on Friday when they said they were going to announce these today. So I was waiting, and then as soon as I woke up this morning, it's the first thing I did. I was like, all right, let's go to Twitter, see what these rivalry. And I saw it, and I just immediately put my phone down. So angry.
I didn't think they were that bad, but
they're terrible. They're terrible.
I think they are really bad. They are really bad. Monty's got the Caleb Williams one queued up. He's just sizing it up, and there it is. Brutal. If you're watching live on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, yeah, that can't be a serious photo, and it is. Who allowed him?
You think that's going on his dating profile?
Who told him to make that pose? Like, imagine the professional cameraman or camerawoman that they have doing those, and they're like, "Hey, Caleb, put your leg up. Give me, yeah, right there. That's it. That's the one."
I mean, he might as well have just bit his lip while he was taking this photo. Like, what are we doing? It's
a tough look.
Frustrating.
Let's hit one more. Let's hit the college football one.
Pat, would you have done that pose?
So hot right now.
No, I would not have done that pose unless it was like for the cover shoot of GQ or something like sexually erotic. No, just for like the Chicago Bears team website. No.
Monty's zooming out.
Oh my God, that can't be real. That's a real photo.
It's a real photo.
Come on.
Remember we got to bring back that segment. What are we doing? Because this would lead this segment. What are we doing? What in the hell is Caleb Williams thinking here? And I don't like. I don't know. What the hell was that? This is exactly. This is like the. I don't know. Is this the rivalry uniforms meet Tinder? I don't know. I don't know what we're doing.
That's I got nothing else. I got nothing else on that, man. I'm disgusted.
Let's move on.
Please.
All right. The Big Ten will get 4 or more teams in the college football playoff this season.
Cold. I am going with cold. I think it's going to be 3, and I think that's going to be it. I think it's going to be Ohio State. I think it's going to be Oregon, and I think it's going to be Indiana. Yes, the bone-shattering coldness, ice cold. Sorry to Monty's Iowa Hawkeyes. I don't think a lot of people think they're going to get in. They all rank number 22. Michigan, no shot. This is going to come down to me, the 4th team. It could be UCLA. It could be USC, or it could be Washington. Mm-hmm. But I think Lincoln Riley is overrated at this point. I'm not buying into USC. I think their schedule is very, very difficult. Like, they're going to have to win 10 games. They have to play Oregon, Ohio State, and Indiana. So just by virtue of that, I don't think they're winning any of those games. I don't think they're getting in. Washington has a chance, in my opinion, because their schedule is pretty decently easy until the final 2 weeks. They play 3 ranked teams in their first 10 games. USC on the road, Iowa at home, Penn State at home. They probably have to win all of them, or they're going to have to pull off a shocking upset in the final 2 weeks against either Indiana or Oregon. And I mean, look, with their quarterback, DeMond Williams, it's possible he could end up, I could see him winning the Heisman this year. I could. I think CJ Carr is going to win it. And if not, CJ Carr will be Arch Manning, maybe Dante Moore. But I could see DeMond Williams becoming a superstar this year for Washington. But that's probably what it's going to take for them to beat either Indiana or Oregon. And if they lose both those games, they better be 10-0 going into those two games. So if there would be a fourth for me, it would be Washington. USC overrated. Not going to be Iowa. Not going to be anybody else. I think it's going to be three teams, though, and it'll be the three teams ranked in the top 6, Ohio State, Oregon, and Indiana. So for me, cold.
Yeah, I want to say 4, and I think that it would – I wanted to say Michigan because I'm with you. I think USC is overrated. But then when you look at Michigan's schedule and what they have to go through, I mean, Michigan has a gauntlet. Yeah. I mean, not only that, to play Oklahoma in week 2, number 10 ranked Oklahoma. They do play Iowa, ranked number 22. They probably could beat Iowa. I think that's going to be a close game. Then you got Penn State, but then you got Rutgers, Indiana before they play Rutgers, Oregon, and Ohio State.
That's right. You want to talk up Rutgers? I'm fine with that.
In the Big Ten. Yeah. So I just don't see Michigan. I mean, if they win 2 of those games against the top 3 teams in the Big Ten, then sure. Like if they beat Indiana and then they beat Ohio State again, then sure, I could see them getting in, and then you have a 4th team. I just don't know where the 4th team is going to come from because I'm with you. I don't think it's USC. Could be Washington. You might be right there, but I don't think Washington's talented enough. I really don't. And I think that there's a couple teams on Washington's schedule that people aren't thinking about that could probably upset this team. And when I look at, Washington going up against Washington State week 1, they might drop that game week 1. Wazoo always plays them tough. And you play Minnesota. Minnesota's pretty damn good. You got the fighting PJ Flex coming in. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't see it anywhere. I really don't.
Let's see what the line is on Washington and Wazoo. Washington 22.5-point favorites in that game.
Ooh,
so if they lose to Wazoo, that'd be a massive. That would be a massive disappointment.
That's going to be a play week 1.
Okay.
Washington State plus 22.5 for sure.
Don't underestimate the fish, man. Don't underestimate Jed Fish and DeMond Williams. I'm telling you, DeMond Williams is going to be a Heisman finalist.
I'm actually plugging it in right now. Wazoo plus 22.5. Washington wins that game. I think it's closer than 22.5 though.
Okay, rivalry game week 1, even though it's in Seattle. You're not giving Wazoo you're not giving the Cougars a chance.
No, I think Washington State has a chance. I think they keep it close. But I agree with you. I think you're going to watch a guy who's a
you do think they keep it close.
Find a way to win.
What I meant is you're not giving Washington enough credit. You don't think they can win that game by 30?
No, especially not week 1.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's the day before Labor Day. So that is Sunday, September 6th. And I'm just checking to see how many other ranked games we have that day. Because that is at the end of week 1, right? Week 1, everybody's in action on the 5th.
Mm-hmm.
Because of how late Labor Day is this year.
Yep.
So you have that Sunday, Washington State versus Washington at 4:00. And you got Notre Dame, baby. And a game that I was this close to going to, by the way, Combs, Notre Dame, Wisconsin at Lambeau, Sunday night at 7:30. And at the same time, you'll have number 24 Louisville against number 9 Ole Miss in Nashville. So that's a
How
great
does Notre
day
Dame
of
get a
sports.
home game against Wisconsin in Wisconsin?
Well, because Notre Dame is awesome and they'll play anybody anywhere. So yeah, it's a home game, but it's in the state of Wisconsin. And I think that there will probably be 80% of that stadium will be Notre Dame fans.
Oh, I don't know about that.
No, it definitely will be because it is technically a Notre Dame home game. So I don't know how the tickets actually work for that when you have technically a home game, but you're playing it at a neutral site. I don't know how the allocation of tickets works. I would assume Notre Dame's got, at least probably they probably have the right to at least 60%, right? I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
My guess is you're going to see 70-30 Wisconsin fans. There's a lot of Wisconsin fans.
Stop.
Look, they're disappointed Wisconsin fans, but there is a lot of Wisconsin fans, especially up in Green Bay. What do you care? They love the Badgers. They love to hate the Badgers,
I'm
but
not
they
saying they
love
don't
the
love
Badgers
them.
up there.
So, yeah, Notre Dame is officially designated as the home team against Wisconsin, though it is played at a neutral venue. Notre Dame acts as the home team for broadcast and ticket allocation.
Yeah, but
So I
that's
don't know
just
how,
who
again, I
buys
don't.
them. And then after you sell them, because people will give the resale value of Notre Dame playing in frickin' Lambeau. I mean, when you say the allocation of tickets, what do you think you got to present? What do you got to provide? Facebook photos that you're a Notre Dame fan? Like, how do they know who you're a fan of?
Well, no, I think yeah, actually, I don't know. That's a good question. Let's see. All right, so there's a Reddit page. Notre Dame football Reddit page says ticket allocation for the matchup at Lambeau Field follows an equal 50-50 split agreement between the two athletic departments. So that kind of disputes what I just found right before that. Each school receives 3,000 tickets designated for students at the lowest price tier, plus 500 tickets for their respective marching bands. Both programs receive an equal share of corporate suites and parking passes. But both universities agreed to split the available stadium seating evenly, departing from standard away game allotments.
Pat, here's
okay.
the thing.
All right. Well,
I can go on
so that's even more in favor
now.
of Wisconsin. That's more in favor of Wisconsin. I'm telling you, it's going to be 70-30 Notre Dame minimum.
I can go on StubHub right now and look up Notre Dame. Here we go. Shamrock Series tickets versus Wisconsin. Right? And I want to buy 2 tickets. I can pay, oh God. Cheapest ticket is $378. Wow. They've got upper deck seats for over 1,000. But yeah, I can buy tickets right now off of StubHub. They're not asking me who are you a fan of? How do they know whether or not I'm Wisconsin or Notre Dame?
That's
what if
a good
I'm
point.
neither? What if I just want to go to the game?
All right, it's a good point. Well, I know that my old roommate is going with his girlfriend. She went to Notre Dame, and so she obviously has the list of tickets for the students, former students or whatever, that she can get early entry into, if you will. So they're going. And I didn't know if it was like that for a large portion of the tickets. Either way, I'm telling you, and you're a Notre Dame fan. This is one of the very few things in life that you and I both agree on. With Notre Dame fandom, Notre Dame's going to be 70-30 their fans versus Wisconsin fans.
I think that's going to be the score. I think Notre Dame's going to win 70-30, but I just don't, because up there in Wisconsin, I deal with, I've got a group that I'm a part of that I do a lot of podcasting with, and a lot of those guys are from Milwaukee and Wisconsin, and when we talk about it all the time, they get disappointed every year with Wisconsin, but they still love them, man. That it's a huge fan base up there for the Badgers.
Okay. How about loser Monty in our show chat? There isn't a game I'd like to go to less than Notre Dame versus Wisconsin at Lambeau. Just disgusting. Yeah, really, Monty? Because again, there's upper deck tickets for $1,000. So you're in the minority there, pal.
Yeah. That being said, I wouldn't pay $1,000 to go to this game.
No, but that was a loser take from Monty. 310-840-4910. Have fun watching Iowa score 14 points a game this year. 310-840-4910. When we come back, why the Rams' backup quarterback battle is actually really pivotal. I'll explain why when we come back. This is BetMGM Tonight. I'm Pat Boyle. That was producer Brandon Combs. You're listening to Westwood One Sports.
Kelly, what is your favorite NFL take you have one way or another for the season?
I am really, really down on a couple of teams this year. And I mean, miserably down, and I'm going to have a lot of people hate me for this, but I'm taking the Minnesota Vikings under 8.5 wins. We all know that this is one of the toughest divisions in football. The Detroit Lions, I do ultimately think, will win this division, though I will say I think that Green Bay will be neck and neck with them, which means somebody has to take a step back. And I'm not sure it's Chicago. Typically, I take the underseason win total in Chicago and have done so since I started betting in 2008. I think I've lost 3 of those years. But I like Ben Johnson. I do think that the Vikings are actually going to be the team that ends up at the bottom of the pile there. And here's the reality. Yes, Sam Darnold did just win a Super Bowl. So when I say this list of quarterbacks, I don't want to hear his name. But the argument is going to be, look, the Vikings won 9 games, Kelly, every single season with awful quarterbacks. How much worse can Kyler Murray be? 9, if you will. J.J. McCarthy is no longer going to be the starter. Carson Wentz, Max Brosmer. I will say this, Kyler Murray has a really low bar to clear. I just don't think that there's much of a drop-off between him and J.J. McCarthy. I was not impressed with Murray's last several seasons, but I think there's more than it's just the Cardinals organization being the problem. We can blame it on that all we want. Yes, they want to say Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback whisperer, and he takes his offense very seriously from timing, and maybe he can teach Kyler Murray something. I just don't think he's going to be able to teach it to him right now. And I have to say, the defense going to really miss Jonathan Grenard and Javon Hargrave. This is going to be one of those kind of Brian Flores' aggressive years that he tries to push the pedal. The problem is he doesn't have the talent. I think the Vikings under 8.5 wins is the way to go.
I agree with that play. You want to know why, Kelly? I'm out of the Kyler Murray business. I've bet him over each of the last 2 years with the Arizona Cardinals. Been there, done that. Division too good. Lions going to win double-digit games. Respect for the Packers. Johnson, Williams, the whole deal. I'm with you. I would go under on Minnesota. Ariel, do you have a plant the flag NFL take for the season?
Yeah, I am very down on the running back for the Bengals, Chase Brown, this year. So I'm going to go under 825.5 rushing yards. You kind of have to go one or the other. You're going to bet against this offensive line that has never gotten better in Cincinnati. You either got to fade Joe Burrow or you're going to fade the running back. But you can't really fade both, because if Joe Burrow stays healthy, then it hurts Chase Brown. If Joe Burrow gets hurt, it helps Chase Brown. I'm going to bet that Joe Burrow stays healthy, but Chase Brown has a down year, because they're going to be playing in a lot of tight games. You look at all the spreads for Cincinnati, it's all within a possession. That means Chase Brown's not getting the ball much in the second half if the Bengals are playing in close games or from behind. But also that offensive line, all they did was add rookies, Brian Parker, Connor Lew. That was it. So when your primary 5 starting linemen on the field last year, running backs averaged just about 1.5 yards per contact per attempt, and yards before contact per attempt. That's a lot of words. But Warren Sharp actually ranked the O-line 28.
Doesn't sound fun.
No. But you're dealing with the running back that's very, he's big, but he's not a boom kind of guy. Like, he's not going to get a lot like McCaffrey and Gibbs that are able to just go for 15 plus yards. He ranked actually in the bottom half of running backs last year in running backs that broke open for 15 plus rushing yards on one attempt. So I'm going to go with the under on rushing yards for Chase Brown this year overall in the season.
You're not going to like this, prop queen. I love the Bengals this season. And I know famous last words. I could sit it to you. Kelly's shaking her head. You're rolling your eyes. Kelly, I have to be fair on this. Kelly, I didn't like them last year. I bet them under. 2 years ago, they were incredibly frustrating to bet, and I rolled the roller coaster. No futures. Kelly, that schedule is easy. The defense is going to be better, and Burrow's a stud. They're not getting a double-digit wins.
Yeah, but that's just so easy. Vegas just marched out a 9.5, and they handed it to you on a silver platter. Please, JJ, bet the Bengals to win 10 games. All I'm saying is I agree with Ariel. This offensive line is a disaster, and you know who it's a real disaster for? Joe Burrow.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. That's 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Fun round of hot or cold with producer Brandon Combs. And all love to my guy Monty, Michael Montgomery, even though, again, blasphemous comments from a sad, bitter Iowa football fan, but it's okay. It's okay. That was the burp. That was the regurgitation in my throat when I had to think of Monty's comments saying there isn't a game he'd like to go to less than Notre Dame, Wisconsin at Lambeau. People would kill to go to that game. Kill! People would commit murder to go to that game. Monty isn't a game I'd like to go to less. Joke. Mr. Jokey. Joke maker. All right. Anyway, back to the NFL. I'm not a guy. Look, I understand how incredible the LA Rams look like they're going to be this year. They're the Super Bowl favorites. I haven't made my official Super Bowl prediction, but I'm not going to pick the Rams. I just can't. I can't out of principle. I can't. Brad did it back in like March before they made the trade for Myles Garrett, before it feels like it's been the worst kept secret that Aaron Donald is coming back. So I give him credit. And they were stacked to begin with, but then they got Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald. Brad already said back in like March, like I think we were leading up to the NFL draft, and he was already picking the LA Rams. So I'll give him credit for that. However, I can't do it out of principle. I just can't. I'm not picking the Rams to win the Super Bowl. I'm also not the kind of guy that says, oh, well, they're the Super Bowl favorites and a disaster is going to happen. They're going to be so bad. Matthew Stafford's going to get hurt. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that. Producer Brandon Combs might. But I will not be that guy. I will never root for an injury. I will never predict an injury. Although I could say, hey, like this guy's got some concerns. Like Joe Burrow's got some concerns. I'm looking past him this year. I think the Bengals are going to be awesome. I think Joe Burrow's going to be an MVP finalist. I could see the injury concerns last year for Jaden Daniels. I mean, we painted him out. I could see the injury concerns for Jackson Dart. If Matthew Stafford gets hurt this year, like last year, he was getting like red light, next level therapy on his back. He was getting shut down before training camp begun, or before as preseason had already begun. Then he goes on to win the MVP. If Matthew Stafford gets hurt this year, it's probably an anomaly, more so than a guy that is about to be 40. He's a man. He's 40. However, this team's got to have a contingency plan, as do most teams in the NFL, but especially the LA Rams. They better have a contingency plan if the worst case scenario happens, and that is a Stafford injury. And so that makes the Rams' backup quarterback battle one to keep an eye on, and one that we don't have an answer on yet, because it's going down between Stetson Bennett. Remember, Georgia hero, guy was playing at Georgia till he was like 26 years old. I think Stetson Bennett's almost 30. It's actually 28. Stetson Bennett is 28. Got drafted in 2023. This is his fourth year in the NFL. He's 28. Hasn't played a snap. Not in the regular season. He's played plenty of preseason ball. Stetson Bennett was like a game manager in college. That's your answer? If things go wrong this year? Or is it Ty Simpson, who I was crushing the Rams for when they took him 13th overall in this past draft in April out of Alabama? And you can make the argument Ty Simpson was somewhat of a game manager at Alabama. And then when he had to step up and try to be the guy that delivered a W for Alabama in some big games, well, we saw how that went against Indiana. No, I mean, I'm not going to crush him for it, though. But a guy that I didn't think was a first-round quarterback, and I blasted the Rams for taking him. And I said, you got a Super Bowl roster. And the LA Rams have a first-round pick, which is like, I mean, it's a stunner that the Rams have a first-round pick. They almost never have first-round picks. They had a first-round pick this year. They got it from the Atlanta Falcons. And with the 13th overall pick, you have a chance to beef up the offensive line, which has some question marks. You have a chance to beef up that receiver room, which is really just Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams. You have a chance to beef up the defense. This was before the Myles Garrett trade, and again, before the looks like inevitable Aaron Donald return. Still, and you took it on a quarterback that a lot of people thought wasn't a first-round quarterback, myself included. Well, what would make it even worse than drafting Ty Simpson 13th overall in the first round, the only thing worse than that would be to then make him your third-string quarterback in a year where, again, you're hoping he doesn't have to see the field, but in a year where worst-case scenario does happen, you put in Stetson Bennett over Ty Simpson? Like that, again, bad enough you draft him 13th overall. The only thing worse is if you then don't have him as your backup quarterback. So, I mean, the Rams have to make Ty Simpson their backup, and Sean McVay hasn't announced it, and he said Ty Simpson, quote, unquote, definitely will play in the Rams preseason finale coming up this weekend. I don't think I saw anything or heard anything on confirmation on whether or not Stetson Bennett is going to play. I would assume he has to. I mean, what would that say if Stetson Bennett doesn't play and Ty Simpson does? That almost makes it feel like it is going to be Stetson Bennett's job. But Ty Simpson is definitely going to play in the Rams preseason finale again coming up later this week when they play the Chargers on Thursday, 2 days from now. That's going to be that's the game that I'm locked into most. And there's a good amount of them on Thursday. We're going to be on the air. We're going to be giving you the all the live updates. You got 4 great games: Steelers, Bills, Patriots, Browns, Niners, Raiders, Rams, Chargers. For the Rams backup quarterback battle, that's what I'm going to be watching. And so far, in case you're wondering how these guys have done in the preseason games, in their first game against the Chiefs, Ty Simpson, 21 of 25 for 190 yards and 2 touchdowns. Boy, and he looked good. And we talked about it on the show a week and a half ago. He lit up the Chiefs' backups, and I think the Chiefs had a couple of fringe starters on the field for that game. And I watched every throw. I watched the compilation of every throw that Ty Simpson made in that game. He looked good. Looked really, again, 21 of 25 for $190 and 2 touchdowns. He wasn't just throwing little dinky dunks, 5 yards from line of scrimmage. He stretched the field a couple of times. Stetson Bennett barely played, went 4 for 6 for 38 yards. Then they flipped the script the last game against the Saints. Stetson Bennett went 19 of 31 for 181 yards. No touchdowns, no picks. He did have 2 rushing touchdowns, though. I think one was a quarterback sneak. The other was actually a nice little scamper. And Ty Simpson went 8 of 12 for 73 yards. So Ty Simpson through 2 games in the preseason, 29 of 37 for 263 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no turnovers. Stetson Bennett through 2 games is 23 of 37 for 219 yards. Ty Simpson's got the prettier stats, but it's decently close. But for me, this comes down to the fact that you drafted Ty Simpson 13th overall. He better be your backup. You believed in him that much to take him in the first round that it looks like he's your quarterback of the future. He better be the backup in case that worst case scenario does happen. Because if you're going at Stetson Bennett, consider the season over, in my opinion. 310-840-4910 is the number to join the show. That's 310-840-4910. When we come back, Jose Feliciano and Kwanzaa Jones, 2 names to definitely know, the new owners of the San Diego Padres. Boy, did they have a great press conference today. I'll tell you all about it and why they are a win for Major League Baseball when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports.
this year they bring in Mike McDaniel. I think this is the group that could take the leap, and I wouldn't be surprised in week 7 or 8 if we're saying that the Chargers are the best offense in the AFC. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think it's on the table. I think Buffalo.
Are you on them from like a? Let's take it a step further though. You like them to win the division. Would you suggest to the audience Herbert MVP, Charger AFC Super Bowl tickets are worth having or no?
Herbert MVP I saw dipped under 10-1. At that number, it's probably not great, right? Relatively, because we are still talking about a quarterback that would need to take a pretty sizable leap in efficiency, right? He's never had one of those Burrow-esque or even Stafford-esque or May-esque seasons, right? I think May is a better bet for MVP at the same price than Herbert because May has demonstrated elite offensive efficiency and adds A.J. Brown to the mix, and there's continuity. Whereas with Herbert, it is still a new scheme. It's a little bit different than what he's used to. There isn't that 1A receiver that really puts this offense over the top. I think it's going to be a scheme upgrade that will make them a better offense. But we're still dealing with, again, new OC, new DC for the Chargers. So there's real questions about whether it takes a little bit of time to come in and produce at the level that I think this offense is capable of doing in the McDaniel offense.
This is still a plus money bet. Patriots to miss the playoffs. Shaky line, Super Bowl hangover, plus 172. Sign me up right now for the Patriots at plus 172 to go and miss the postseason. Feeling really, really good about that. You want an under? I'll give you an under. Jacksonville Jaguars. First place schedule. Questions still to me about Lawrence. Division, going to be improved. Texans are good. Colts get Jones back. Titans are going to be spunkier. And the books are giving you 8.5 as a total for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That, my friends, should tell you something. And then the last team I'd be looking to sell. Mentioned Joey Porter Jr. The Pittsburgh Steelers have had a winning record every single year for forever. Like mid-2000s, the last time you're talking about a Steeler team with a losing season. It will happen. Bengals and Ravens, very, very good. First place schedule, not ideal. Give me the Steelers. Under. Sorry, Mike McCarthy. And sorry, Aaron Rodgers. Not getting a 9.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
Ho! Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. We are going to hear some great sound from the new Padres owners in the next hour and in just a bit because it was awesome. Need to hear it in case you missed that press conference yesterday. We will get you that in the final hour coming up shortly. Also at the top of the hour, do we already have some division within the Tennessee Titans coaching staff? Some eye-opening comments from the new head coach, Robert Saleh, about his new offensive coordinator, his former New York colleague. Well, I don't know, colleague, if you will, but yeah, I mean, colleague in the industry. Why I was very excited about the Titans like a couple weeks ago. Now, not so excited about them at all. 310-840-4910. But let's get you some baseball updates here. It's a wild Tuesday night Major League Baseball. First, the Yankees, the Astros, they do not die. They haven't died this season. Yankees led this game 5-3. And Jeremy Pena hits a 2-run bomb to tie it. Yankees take the lead back in the bottom of the 7th. Luis Garcia, who's having a big night, brings in a run with an RBI double. I think, all right, that's got to be it. Take my eye off the game for a couple of minutes, and the Yankees bullpen, Hedrick, who's been pretty damn good this year, completely implodes. Yainer Diaz ties the game with a home run, and then Yordan Alvarez hits an RBI triple, and then Isaac Paredes hits a single. It was 8-6 in the blink of an eye. Yankees did just get one back because of a Jazz Chisholm RBI single, so it's 8-7. But man, no lead is safe against the Houston Astros. And the Yankees had a chance to really put the throat on the necks of the Astros this year, sink them further in the AL West standings after the Rangers jumped them last night. But nope, it's a dogfight. Yankees down 8-7 in the bottom of the 8th. Meanwhile, in Miami, big playoff implications between the Red Sox and the Marlins. And producer Brandon Combs, jump on me here real quick because you said you've been following this game. What did Miami just do to keep this game, or what did Boston just do to keep this game tied here? Or how did Miami tie it? It's chaos. It's 3-3 in the 11th inning. How did we get there? All right, Combs is MIA. So I think what I'm pretty sure I heard Combs saying is the Marlins were down 3-2 in the bottom of the 10th. So it was tied going into the 10th. The Red Sox scoring a pass ball. That's how they take the lead. And then the bottom of the 10th, you had a strikeout wild pitch, which would have been the final out of the game. Drop third strike, though. Guy's able to get to first, reaches on the drop third strike, and the Marlins score the game-tying run on a wild pitch, drop third strike, which, again, would have ended the game. Crazy. It is bases loaded and nobody out, though, for the Red Sox, though, in the top of the 11th. So that's a wild one. That's brewing. Mets and the Brewers, also wild. Mets have nothing to play for this year, but the Brewers still with baseball's best record. And it looked like they were going to take the lead in the top of the 9th, but then Francisco Lindor with an incredible web gem, a full extension diving catch to rob the Brewers of what would have been a go-ahead single in the 9th inning. Saves the run. Lindor is also homered in this game. And so it's 2-2 Brewers and the Mets in the top of the 10th. Dodgers, they got the tying run at third right now with nobody on the top of the 9th, trailing the Braves 4-3. And at the dish is Freddie Freeman. So we'll keep you posted on that. Again, a wild Tuesday night across Major League Baseball. We'll get you caught up on much more of it in the final hour. But the Tennessee Titans not looking great when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle.
This
I expect the Giants to be a much more complete team than what they were a year ago. But is it good enough to be first or second in this division? I'm not there yet. I'm all in on the Dallas Cowboys this year. Famous last words. I know. I know. It's very rare that I find myself getting suckered in by America's team. Like, I am not one of these people that's waving cowboy pom-poms. Usually it's way more glass half empty than glass half full with the Cowboys, but their offense is loaded. Dak Prescott is one of the most underrated and underappreciated quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, if you watch the games every Sunday like I do, he's a baller. He's big time quarterback. They got two tremendous receivers. They got a really good tight end. They rediscovered a running game last year. Their offense was as elite as almost any offense in the league a season ago. But their defense was an embarrassment of epic proportions. Between the coaching, between the talent, all of the above. This Giant team is going to be contending with the Cowboys with a much improved defense. Quinn Williams for a full year. Caleb Downs, arguably one of the best draft picks in the first round. And an Eagle team that, always seems to find a way now to win double-digit games.
I am selling all of the Giants stock that anybody bought because of the Harbaugh hire. And I have a lot of doubts about the consistency of this offense this season. I think a lot of people think, and look, the run game could be decent. I think you could sell me a story where the Giants are a pretty effective run game, but even in the Dart good games, a lot of it was third down. A lot of it was chasing explosive plays vertically. I'm not sure the personnel is there offensively to consistently pull that off long term. And I think the defense on the back end, to me, as much as we always love this pass rush and we talk about that, and the defense against the run should be better with Reeder coming in and the rookie linebacker. Like, you're like, all right, the run game should be a little better, but I have questions about the scheme and I have questions about the back end and the schedule. There's a lot of good quarterbacks on that schedule this year that could probably just pick apart that secondary. So I have a lot of questions about the Giants. I don't think Harbaugh is some massive upgrade in the year 2026 anymore, because he's not giving you the schematic advantage, and I'm not really sure what the innovation is of this Giants offense that's going to surprise me this year. So I am a seller.
All of the plays, the hottest takes, and the craziest one-liners you'll ever hear. With your host, Pat Boyle. It's BetMGM Tonight, After Dark, on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, Welcome on back to BetMGM tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Tuesday night extravaganza kicks off right now. Don't forget, you could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. The phone number to join the show, we normally do open phone lines here in the final hour, 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. You can also hit me up on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Talked a lot about the Atlanta Falcons quarterback situation. I think it better be Michael Penix. I'm hoping Michael Penix plays in the preseason finale on Friday, but Ian Rappaport with some damning reporting, which it's more. You would think it's more of an opinion than reporting. I was honestly a bit shocked when I saw Ian Rappaport come out and say that it is quote unquote almost impossible for Tua to earn the nod of the Falcons starting quarterback. I mean, I didn't think he was good in the one series of the preseason that he played where he completed just one pass and he fumbled a snap. I know I hadn't seen great things from the training, from joint practices and team sessions so far, but apparently it's been brutal, with a capital B. And I'm a Penix supporter through and through. So I was holding out hope all offseason that he was going to be medically cleared in time to have enough practice time under his belt to be the starting quarterback. And then this was 3 weeks ago when Michael Penix basically was like, yeah, it might be like 4 weeks. And I was like, that's like the end of August. If he misses all 3 of the preseason games, how the hell are they going to give him the starting quarterback job? And then I remembered, oh yeah, Tua stinks. He's horrible. And so I'm all fired up now for the Penix God. The Penix God, Michael Penix. He's going to be bringing, I'm not even going to say it. I'll save it for when it actually happens. But I'm hoping Penix plays in the preseason finale. I'm hoping that we get the announcement at some point in the next 5-6 days from Kevin Stefanski that Michael Penix is the Falcons' new starting quarterback. Also, a small little wrench in the equation is the undrafted free agent Jack Strand, 6'5", 240 pounds. He's been carving up backup defenses in their 2 preseason games so far. So I know there's a pocket of Falcons fans that want Jack Strand to be the quarterback of the future. But I think Michael Penix is going to bring some incredible vibes to the ATL this year. I think they're going to be swag surfing a whole lot. I think the Falcons win the NFC South with Michael Penix as their starting quarterback. 310-840-4910. We've talked a ton of college football, especially in the Big Ten. So you can jump in on that, any of your predictions or questions at 310-840-4910. But I want to start the final hour by going to Smashville. And a team that I was pretty excited about a couple of weeks ago, the Tennessee Titans. New head coach Robert Saleh. Okay, second go-around as a head coach didn't work with the New York Jets. I mean, can you blame him? New offense coordinator and Brian Dibble coming over from the Giants. Loved what he did with Jackson Dart last year. Giants offense looked as good as it had in the last 4 years since they made the playoffs in year 1 of Brian Dable when Daniel Jones had the best year of his career up until the beginning of last year. And Saquon Barkley was awesome, and the Giants went to the divisional round. Titans have a very underrated defense, I think, that was banged up with injuries last year, but they got big Jeffrey Simmons. They've added some of the old New York guys, John Franklin Myers, Jermaine Johnson. I like their secondary on paper. Maybe not so much the corners. I mean, Cordell Flott is their number 1 corner, so actually maybe I should think twice about that. But they did sign Alontae Taylor for a 3-year, $60 million contract. He had been pretty good with New Orleans the last few years. At least last year had a good season. And then they draft Cornell Tate, number 4 overall. They bring in Wan'Dale Robinson, who had a great year with the Giants. They bring in Daniel Bellinger, formerly of the Giants. The offensive line still stinks, though, so that's a major question mark. But I thought, hey, Cam Ward's got everything he needs to take a big step forward in year 2 after a pretty mediocre rookie season where his head coach got fired in week 5. I mean, how much worse could it have been last year? After 2 preseason games, I know it's preseason, but man, Oof. I have tempered all excitement on the Tennessee Titans. I'm starting to think they're going to be in last place again in the AFC South. Or it'll be the Indianapolis Colts, but the Titans won't be much better. And it feels like to me, I don't know, maybe I'm reading too much into some comments, some coach comments, but it feels like Robert Saleh is throwing his former crosstown colleague, Brian Dable, under the bus already. We haven't even gotten to the regular season yet. We got some early division, it looks like, amongst the Titans coaches. And that's not a great sign. And I'll let you be the judge. I'll read you some of the quotes. And you tell me if you think Robert Saleh is throwing his new offensive coordinator, former Giants head coach, Brian Dable, under the bus. So after the first game of the preseason where Cam Ward looked really bad. Really bad. I mean, their first drive of the preseason went 95 yards and ended with a Tony Pollard touchdown run. Basically, after that, it's been brutal. Cam Ward played 3 series. The Titans picked up 15 yards and punted twice in the 2 series after that touchdown drive. Cam Ward finished his preseason opener 5 of 12 for 57 yards. And Robert Saleh said, quote, felt like his decisions were right. It just felt like he was a little sped up more than he had been in camp. It's first time live bullets. It looked like his mechanics were a little more sped up than it has been, which is good because we can go correct it, which is what the preseason is for. I'm sure he'll look back at it and see that the protection was pretty good and he could have went through his process a little bit better. That's a defensive coach, defensive play calling head coach saying that about his quarterback. Okay. They're not gonna baby him. You don't want him to baby him. Okay. How about after their last preseason game, in which they trailed 16-0 after the first quarter? It was 16-3 after the first quarter against the Seahawks, who were playing their entire backups. And then the Titans did go on to win 19-16. But in the first half, and especially when Cam Ward was in the game, they scored 3 points. 3. Robert Saleh, after that game on Sunday night, said, quote, I thought the first drive was good. We went out there and got some points. Thought Cam, again, was good with the ball, good decision-making. We just couldn't connect on a couple of deep throws. But overall, it's got to be better. I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. It does got to be better. But at the same time, there's always going to be things that we can take from. Saying the offense has got to be better in the preseason? That's not conveying a whole lot of confidence from the head coach in year one. And if you think, well, okay, well, why does that mean he's throwing Brian Dable under the bus? It's not, he didn't say anything about Brian Dable. He just talked about his quarterback. Let's not forget. Robert Saleh, defensive guy. He's calling the plays on defense. Brian Dable calling the plays on offense. And then how about this? The defense also hasn't looked great. But here is the headline, and this is what Robert Saleh had to say about his defense when they weren't all that good against the Seahawks in the first quarter. When Drew Lock goes down the field and hits Elijah Arroyo for a 36-yard touchdown on a completely blown coverage. Robert Saleh said, quote, well, yesterday overall, I thought yesterday was a lot better. I know we had the one play, which, like I said, I'm actually glad it happened because it creates an aha moment for the entire secondary to understand why we do things a certain way. And so that fix is easy. But you wish it happens in practice. It doesn't look so shady, but it happened. I'm glad it happened. And when it happened, and like I said yesterday, it's going back and watching the tape. So the defense stinks, and Robert Saleh is glad that the defense made mistakes in the preseason. The offense stinks, and Cam Ward has stunk, and Robert Saleh says the offense has got to be better. And I'm not trying to sugarcoat it. Doesn't say that he's glad that Cam Ward is getting some mistakes out in preseason. Doesn't say that it's an easy fix for the offense. He says the offense has got to be better, and then he's not trying to sugarcoat it. I wouldn't be too happy about those comments if I'm Brian Dable. Feels like you're already being scapegoated before the season begins. That if things go horribly wrong in year one, look, NFL head coaches, it's not like you're guaranteed a year anymore. You're not. You're not, especially as a head coach that got fired from your previous stop and never had a winning season with the New York Jets. You think you're going to get cushion if the Titans go 4-13 this year with a quarterback who's supposed to take a big step forward in year two? Robert Saleh knows this. So what he's doing is he's posturing already. He's posturing and he's putting the defense in a positive light and saying, hey, it's an easy fix. I'm glad we made those mistakes. And then when it comes to the most valuable asset on their franchise, the quarterback who had a brutal year in his rookie season with a head coach that got fired in week 5 and had no talent around him and no offensive line, and he still doesn't have an offensive line, but he's got some talent for sure. And you got a brand new offensive coordinator that also got fired from the Giants last year, and Robert Saleh brings in Brian Dable to be the play caller, and he says he's glad that the offense is making mistakes. No, the offense has got to be better. Robert Saleh will save himself and fire Brian Dable if it means that he's got a chance to keep his job for year 2 if things go wrong this year in Tennessee. I don't blame him. It's a cutthroat business. Both of these guys worked in New York. Toughest place to win, toughest place arguably to play with the media noise. Now there's not going to be a lot of media noise in Nashville as compared to New Jersey/New York City with the New York Jets or New York Giants. That doesn't mean that the NFL noise isn't loud every single Sunday and every single Monday morning. And the Titans have nothing but Sunday games this year. They don't play a single Thursday game. They don't play a single Monday game. They don't play a single Sunday night game. So they will be able to kind of hide at least a little bit. And they had 17 games. 15 of them are at 1 o'clock Eastern. The Titans will be in that first window every single week except for 2. And the only 2 weeks that they're in Jacksonville on November 29th. That's not getting a ton of noise. And they're playing in Las Vegas 2 days after Christmas. And outside of maybe Fernando Mendoza lighting it up at the end of the year, that ain't getting a lot of noise. Although that could be Raiders-Titans. Yikes. That could be a rough one. That could be one where folks are, it's a week 16. Maybe there's only a couple of games. It's like maybe that's a week where there's like 4 games in that second window. And if folks are supposed to watch what the Titans become by the end of the season, that might actually be a bad thing, not being in that 1 o'clock Eastern window. I could be wrong about the Titans. I could be wrong about Cam Ward. Maybe it is just preseason. Maybe he is getting all the mistakes out early, but you would think he'd have some more confidence publicly, at least from his head coach. Instead, the pressure's already being put on him. The clamps are already into the ribs of Cam Ward by his head coach. Cam Ward's being scapegoated, and by virtue of that, Brian Dable's already being scapegoated by Robert Saleh before the year even begins. It's not a pretty picture that's being painted right now in Nashville, Tennessee. Now, you shut everybody up by winning, by playing good football. Cam Ward steps up, starts going through his progressions more naturally, with more composure, starts playing like we saw Cam Ward play at some points last year. He got better as the year went on. But there's not a lot of those excuses available to him anymore. Coach got fired in week 5. His best receivers were Chimere Dike. I mean, you got the number 4 overall pick, and you got a veteran slot receiver in Wan'Dale Robinson. There's not a lot of excuses anymore for Cam Ward, other than that, his offensive line is still really bad. But again, this is a cutthroat business and a cutthroat sport. And in a first year, not first year ever, but first year with this team, head coach, and a first year coordinator in Saleh and Dable, They might not get a year 2. And I think Robert Saleh knows that. And I think he's making sure to paint his defense, which has made mistakes. He's painting them in a positive light. Oh, I'm glad those mistakes happened. And he's painting the offense in a negative light. Offense has got to be better. Putting down his quarterback. It's not necessarily ideal leadership, if you ask me about Robert Saleh. And I rooted for him to succeed with the Jets. And I was rooting for Robert Saleh to succeed with the Titans, but I'm not enjoying the things that he's saying right now about his quarterback. Now, don't get me wrong. Behind closed doors, should he be saying that? Absolutely. Because Cam Ward has been bad in the preseason so far. But, I mean, he's raised my antenna. I talk about the NFL every single night on Westwood One Sports, the audio rights holder for the National Football League. I know the folks in Nashville, they pay attention to every word he says. Might want to choose your words a little bit more carefully when it comes to talking about your franchise quarterback. That would be my free advice to Robert Saleh. 310-840-4910. And if I'm Brian Dable, maybe want to have two eyes in the back of my head. 310-840-4910. Let's get to some of your phone calls here on BetMGM tonight. Again, I'm Pat Boyle. Let's go to Chance, who's in Alabama. Next up on BetMGM tonight. Chance, what's going on, man? How you doing, brother?
Hey, man. Appreciate you taking the phone call. How you doing this evening?
I'm doing good, Chance. What's going on with you?
So, real quick, real sidebar. Is it annoying whenever callers who call into radio talk shows ask how you doing? Should I just go straight to the point? I've always wondered that because some radio guys get annoyed with it. Like, don't say hi, don't say how you doing. Should I just jump right into the take? Your opinion on that real quick, man. I've always wanted to know.
I'm glad you asked, Chance, and thank you. Now, look, I'm not going to get offended if you ask how I'm doing because there are times where maybe I will be open and candid, and I'll tell you what's on my mind. It'll give me an opportunity to hit a little sidebar myself, but I would say most of the time it is better if the caller says, like, hey, what's up? Thanks for taking the call, and then just jumps right into the take. I every second is precious, and I would like to get as many phone callers and opinions on the show as possible. So, yeah, not necessary for you to ask me how I'm doing, but honestly, 90% of the time, I really don't care, and I will probably tell you good, or I'll just be like, I'm doing great.
I appreciate you clearing that up. I'll be quick since I asked that question. So, Ty Simpson, man.
No worries, bro.
I think you're a little too hard on him. I think if something was to happen to Stafford, he should play, be the backup. He was, up until the Georgia game last year, I think it was week 5, he was damn good, man. And then he had he hurt his elbow, he hurt his back, a bunch of injuries. And I'm not just saying that because I'm an Alabama fan, man. I think he has got the goods to be possibly a top 15 quarterback. So you got to go with him if something happens. And I think the Rams are smart to do it. They may not be drafting that high again. And just like Green Bay did, drafting Jordan Love, it was the right thing to do. You got to take that. You got to take that plunge, man, because Stafford's got maybe 2-3 good years left. You got to do what you got to do. You got to go for it. It's a quarterback league.
It is a quarterback league. It is a quarterback league, Chance, and I appreciate the call. And I was not so much that I thought Ty Simpson had no business being anywhere the first round of the NFL draft. It was more so just the fact that the Rams finally had a first-round draft pick. They've got a quarterback coming off of an MVP season, and you just committed. They had just committed an extra year. So not only this year, but next year. And I get it. Stafford could retire at the end of this season, and then, all right, within the second year, that contract goes out the window, and you're looking for another quarterback. I also, around that same time, had the take, had the opinion, had the idea, had the prediction, and I kind of still do, that Baker Mayfield is going to be the replacement to Matthew Stafford. Because there's things I'll admit, hand up, I was dead wrong about. There's also things I'm going to pat myself on the back about. And I'm patting myself on the back right now because back in March, I said, I think this Baker Mayfield contract negotiations with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I think they're going to get ugly. I think there's a chance that Baker says, screw it. I'm going into this final year of my contract. And that is exactly what happened. And I think he kind of has his eye on 2027, where the Rams have a Super Bowl caliber roster. And he knows Sean McVay because he went to the Rams and basically resurrected his career there a couple of years ago. Started a few games for him the year he got cut by the Panthers. And I thought Sean McVay's probably got to be thinking the same thing. And I feel like a genius. But then that kind of got thrown out the window when they drafted Ty Simpson. They could have drafted a receiver, could have drafted an offensive lineman, could have drafted any defensive player. And they went with Ty Simpson. If Ty Simpson got taken with the 34th overall pick, would I have said, oh, that's crazy? No, not at all. If he had taken in the 24th overall pick, or whoever, any of those teams in the 20s that could have taken a quarterback, would I have been screaming about it? Probably not. But 13th by the team that is one really good player away from a Super Bowl, and then they end up getting Myles Garrett, and it looks like they're going to get Aaron Donald. Okay. Well, I mean, imagine if they had a stud offensive lineman to add to that collection. Imagine if they ended up taking Mekhi Lemon or Casey Concepcion or Denzel Boston, and now you don't have to worry about if Devontae Adams gets hurt or if Puka Nacua gets suspended for however many games or if just any injury happens. And you could have went and got a quarterback next year in free agency or next year in the draft where it looks like it's going to be a loaded class. So that's really it. But now look, hey, Ty Simpson's looked good. He's looked good, and he's in position to be ready to go as the Rams quarterback of the future next year. But it's going to, the only thing that's going to make me angrier than the Rams drafting him 13th overall is if they then say, well, we don't think he's good enough to be the backup quarterback this year. It's going to be Stetson Bennett. Then it's like, well, then why did you draft him? Right? So that's why I'm saying Ty Simpson better be the Rams backup quarterback. You took him at the 13th pick. You better think he's good enough to beat out Stetson Bennett, who hasn't taken a single snap in the NFL in the regular season in his career. He might as well be a rookie, a 28-year-old rookie. Ty Simpson better be the backup quarterback. That better be the announcement we get from Sean McVay in a couple of days from now. 310-840-4910. Number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get to our guy Bert in Baltimore. Next up on BetMGM tonight, wants to weigh in on Robert Saleh. Bert, what's up, handsome? How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Patty? You just took the first chance phone call on Westwood One Sports where he did not say the words Josh Allen or the Buffalo Bills. How about that?
Yeah. Well, the next best thing, he got to talk about the Alabama Crimson Tide.
That's right. Hey, couple things. Number one, I don't think it matters ultimately who the backup quarterback is as far as the team is concerned. If Stafford goes down, their season's done and their goals will not be attained. Ultimately,
Bert,
I think
Bert, let me jump in because you would have thought the same thing maybe a couple of years ago with the San Francisco 49ers, and then came a guy called Mr. Irrelevant, a.k.a. Brock Purdy, who stepped in and led him to the NFC title game. So I don't think Ty Simpson is good enough, but the worst case scenario does happen, they do have a Super Bowl caliber roster around the quarterback. And if Ty Simpson is even 60% as good as the Rams think he is, why can't he do what Brock Purdy did in his rookie season? So I will push back against that a little bit.
Pat, this is the second call in a row where you've counterpointed me to death and clearly proven your superior knowledge. I don't call in for that. I call in to hear myself talk, darn it.
Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Second point, I think with regard to Robert Saleh, I think you might be giving him a little bit too much credit cerebrally with regard to posturing Brian Dable to be the scapegoat. But with that said, if you want to give him credit, hey, he's been in New York dealing with New York media, so he is smart enough to know what he's doing. I think, if anything, he's posturing that you gave me a crap quarterback to start the season. I've announced he's a crap quarterback since the preseason, and at the end of the year, he's still a crap quarterback, so don't fire me. If you give me a real quarterback, I'll show you what I can do. But I don't think he was throwing Dable under the bus at all.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's a decent point. Bert, I appreciate the call, brother. And yes, sorry about counterpointing you. I appreciate the compliments as always. And you did make some really good points. And look, I would say that most people would probably say that if Matthew Stafford goes down, the Rams don't have a chance of winning the Super Bowl. But again, I will point out the context with the 49ers, because I think everybody thought that a couple of years ago. And Jimmy Garoppolo is not the quarterback that Matthew Stafford was, but they had a Super Bowl caliber team. Brock Purdy stepped in, knew the offense, knew the system, and away we go. Yeah, maybe it is not so much throwing Brian Dable under the bus. Maybe it is more so throwing Cam Ward under the bus. Although I would have to think Robert Saleh knows that the Titans are not giving up on Cam Ward after year 2. Although, and again, look at what the Vikings did with J.J. McCarthy. So, I mean, it depends on how good or how bad Cam Ward is this year. But I guess it is, I guess that's a good point. Maybe it's not so much throwing Brian Dable under the bus. Maybe it is throwing Cam Ward under the bus to the point where if he has a J.J. McCarthy type season, Robert Saleh can say, hey, I'm the defense guy. Get me a quarterback. You've seen what I've been able to do with defenses. Look what I did with the 49ers defense last year. I had basically third string linebackers playing, and we won a playoff game. I still think it's Dable. I think if there's anybody that's going to get, fired / banished from the team at the end of the year, it would be Brian Dable before it would be Cam Ward. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. 310-840-4910. We'll take a short break. We'll get back with more of your phone calls. And also, we'll throw some baseball into the mix. The Astros fired their GM, Dana Brown. They were in first place in the AL West. And they might be back in first place in the AL West at the end of tonight. Why now? I'll explain when we come back. And does this also mean it's the end for manager Joe Espada, no matter what happens this year? Houston, we definitely might have a problem. 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Kelly, what is your favorite NFL take you have one way or another? Kelly, what is your favorite NFL take you have one way or another for the season?
I am really, really down on a couple of teams this year. And I mean miserably down. And I'm going to have a lot of people hate me for this. But I'm taking the Minnesota Vikings under 8.5 wins. We all know that this is one of the toughest divisions in football. The Detroit Lions, I do ultimately think, will win this division, though I will say I think that Green Bay will be neck and neck with them, which means somebody has to take a step back. And I'm not sure it's Chicago. Typically, I take the underseason win total in Chicago and have done so since I started betting in 2008. I think I've lost 3 of those years. But I like Ben Johnson. I do think that the Vikings are actually going to be the team that ends up at the bottom of the pile there. And here's the reality. Yes, Sam Darnold did just win a Super Bowl. So when I say this list of quarterbacks, I don't want to hear his name. But the argument is going to be, look, the Vikings won 9 games, Kelly, every single season with awful quarterbacks. How much worse can Kyler Murray be? 9, if you will. J.J. McCarthy is no longer going to be the starter. Carson Wentz, Max Brosmer. I will say this, Kyler Murray has a really low bar to clear. I just don't think that there's much of a drop-off between him and J.J. McCarthy. I was not impressed with Murray's last several seasons, but I think there's more than it's just the Cardinals organization being the problem. We can blame it on that all we want. Yes, they want to say Kevin O'Connell is the quarterback whisperer and he takes his offense very seriously from timing, and maybe he can teach Kyler Murray something. I just don't think he's going to be able to teach it to him right now. And I have to say, the defense going to really miss Jonathan Grenard and Javon Hargrave. This is going to be one of those kind of Brian Flores' aggressive years that he tries to push the pedal. The problem is he doesn't have the talent. I think the Vikings under 8.5 wins is the way to go.
I agree with that play. You want to know why, Kelly? I'm out of the Kyler Murray business. I've bet him over each of the last 2 years with the Arizona Cardinals. Been there, done that. Division too good. Lions going to win double-digit games. Respect for the Packers. Johnson, Williams, the whole deal. I'm with you. I would go under on Minnesota. Ariel, do you have a plant the flag NFL take for the season?
Yeah, I am very down on the running back for the Bengals, Chase Brown, this year. So I'm going to go under 825.5 rushing yards. you kind of have to go one or the other. You're going to bet against this offensive line that has never gotten better in Cincinnati. You either got to fade Joe Burrow or you're going to fade the running back. But you can't really fade both because if Joe Burrow stays healthy, then it hurts Chase Brown. If Joe Burrow gets hurt, it helps Chase Brown. I'm going to bet that Joe Burrow stays healthy, but Chase Brown has a down year because they're going to be playing in a lot of tight games. You look at all the spreads for Cincinnati, it's all within a possession. That means Chase Brown's not getting the ball much in the second half if the Bengals are playing in close games or from behind. But also that offensive line, all they did was add rookies, Brian Parker, Connor Lew. That was it. So when your primary 5 starting linemen on the field last year, running backs averaged just about 1.5 yards per contact per attempt and yards before contact per attempt. That's a lot of words. But Warren Sharp actually ranked the O-line 28.
Doesn't sound fun.
No. But this, you're dealing with the running back that's very, he's big, but he's not a boom kind of guy. Like, he's not going to get a lot like McCaffrey and Gibbs that are able to just go for 15 plus yards. He ranked actually in the bottom half of running backs last year in running backs that broke open for 15 plus rushing yards on one attempt. So I'm going to go with the under on rushing yards for Chase Brown this year overall in the season.
You're not going to like this, prop queen. I love the Bengals this season. And I know famous last words. I can see the two of you. Kelly shaking her head. You're rolling your eyes. Kelly, I have to be fair on this. Kelly, I didn't like them last year. I bet them under. 2 years ago, they were incredibly frustrating to bet, and I rolled the roller coaster. No futures. Kelly, that schedule is easy. The defense is going to be better, and Burrow's a stud. They're not getting a double-digit wins.
Yeah, but that's just so easy. Vegas just marched out a 9.5, and they handed it to you on a silver platter. Please, JJ, bet the Bengals to win 10 games. All I'm saying is I agree with Ariel. This offensive line is a disaster, and you know who it's a real disaster for? Joe Burrow.
After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
My life is likened to a bargain store, and I may have just what you're looking for. If you don't mind.
Welcome on back. R.I.P. Dolly Parton. We've been playing some of her best songs here over the course of the show. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Again, that is 310-840-4910. We'll get back to your phone calls here in just a minute. You can also hit me up on Twitter, at PatBoyle44. We'll get you one final check of some baseball scores here coming up next segment, because we got a bunch of wild ones with some big playoff implications. And we'll also hear from the San Diego Padres' brand new billionaire owners, because it was awesome. And we'll see if they follow up on their words. But before we get to your phone calls here, why did the Houston Astros fire their GM, Dana Brown, now? They made the decision to fire him yesterday morning. His contract was set to expire at the end of this season. Remember, Dana Brown took over after they fired James Click, the former GM that won a World Series with them. But why now? Even as mediocre as average as the Astros have been, they were in first place yesterday, even under 500. And now the Astros, after, of course, they come back and beat the Yankees tonight, the Astros are back at 500 at 66-66, and the Rangers are 3 outs away from losing to the White Sox. The Astros are going to be back in first place, possibly in 15 minutes. Why'd they fire Dana Brown now? Well, feels like from all the reporting that I've read and all the following of the team that I've done, which again, I'm not an Astros fan. God, would I ever be one? But from baseball insiders and folks that did cover the team, it feels like Jim Crane, the Astros owner, it was the final straw for him was Dana Brown trying to trade one of their top relievers, if not their top reliever, Brian Abreu, to try to get Trevor Larnach from the Twins in a move that would definitely be for next year, more so than something that would immediately help them. Because if you're trying to immediately help the team, it doesn't make sense to trade away a guy that's got, it's an ERA over 4. But Brian Abreu is a guy that's been pretty reliable for the Houston Astros for the last 2 months. I mean, he had an ERA of 1.6 in July and an ERA of 1.6 here in August. He had become their most trustworthy guy. I mean, him and, Steven Okert. And then obviously they've got a healthy Josh Hader back right now. But if you're trying to win the division, you're not trading one of your top relievers for Trevor Larnach. As decent as a player as he might be, that's not a move for this year. Now, does that mean that the Astros couldn't win the division this year? Maybe. And again, if Dana Brown's contract wasn't up, or if contract was up at the end of the season and he's making a move for the future, doesn't that tell you that he is committed to winning no matter what? If this is his final year, it would make every sense for Dana Brown to try to just buy and be desperate and trade away prospects and not make moves for the future, to make moves only for 2026. But a lot of people think that Jim Crane nixed that trade and said, absolutely not. And that was the final straw. You're trying to trade one of our top relievers. You're making a move for next year rather than to try to win the division this year and potentially contend in October. You're gone. You're fired. That's what I believe. That's what it feels like for me. And so Dana Brown is gone. He's out as Astros GM, took over in 2023 after they got rid of their last GM. And you look at what the Astros have done here in the last 4 seasons. Under Dana Brown's watch, the year after they win the World Series, they lose in 7 games in the ALCS. Then they lose in the wild card round in 2024. They narrowly missed the playoffs last year. And TBD this year, that the Astros dynasty we know is done, no matter what happens this season. I mean, the days of A.J. Hinch and then Dusty Baker winning those 2 World Series and going to 4 of them and going to the ALCS every single year from 2017 to 2023, that was going to come to an end sooner rather than later. You just can't repeat that. Not when most of that core is gone or aging, and this year Carlos Correa comes back and then breaks his ankle and is out for the year, and Altuve isn't that good anymore. Alvarez, I mean, he's literally the team is held together by Yordan Alvarez and a couple of unexpected relief pitchers and halfway decent starting pitching. But I think Dana Brown got fired because he tried to trade Brian Abreu and make a move for the future, and the owner, Jim Crane, was like, nah, you're out of here. We probably weren't going to bring you back anyway, and now you're definitely gone. So, yeah, have an early vacation. Now, reportedly, the Astros said to manager Joe Espada, hey, we ain't bringing you back after this year either. His contract is also up at the end of the season, so you could stay if you want, or, you can go too. And Joe Espada was like, I'm going to stay because we are in first place. So there's, Houston, we definitely have a problem. What does that say from the players that ownership is telling your GM to go bye-bye and telling your manager he can go bye-bye as well while you're in first place and in the heat of a division race? I mean, some may say, hey, look, Jim Crane wants to win so desperately, he's willing to do whatever it takes. Right? Maybe is that a message to send to the players? Hey, it's you guys against the world. It's you guys against your manager who doesn't believe in you and your GM who doesn't believe in you. But I don't know. Pretty dumb. That's what I'll say about it, if you ask me, by Jim Crane. Pretty stupid. Pretty stupid. To tell the GM, who you're not going to bring back at the end of the year, go kick rocks and tell him, the manager, hey, you can leave as well. You don't think that's getting back to the players? Now we'll see the reaction it has on him. Again, they came back and beat the Yankees tonight. The Rangers are about to lose. And so it looks like the Astros are going to be back in first place. But it doesn't make a whole lot of sense why they fired their GM, Dana Brown, with 30 games left to go in the season. But I think it's because he tried to make a trade that was going to help them in the future, next year and beyond. And owner Jim Crane was like, no thanks. I'm nixing that trade and you're out of here. 310-840-4910. Let's get back to your phone calls here. Johnny's in Atlanta. Next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Johnny?
What's going on, Pat? Hey, I'm going to talk about the Browns and my Falcons real quick. Hey, my thing about the Browns, they did the right decision by signing Deshaun Watson. Don't throw Shador out there yet. Hey, Aaron Rodgers said, Jordan Love said. He already threw 3 interceptions, my understanding, already in the preseason. He threw 2 of them against people who would never make an NFL roster. And he just threw one this weekend. Start rushing that guy out there. Let him sit and let him, if he's smart enough, he'll learn by just sitting. Let Deshaun just go, hey, have his last hurrah and see if he can get somebody to trade for him next year. Probably won't, but guess what? Shador time will be next year. And my thing is about the Falcons, same thing, man. Let's go ahead and start Tua. Do not throw Tissue out there because Tissue going to rip soon. So let's go ahead and let Tua start and let him see what he do. But because Michael Penix, he's showing what he is. I don't think he's Bo Jackson. He's
Johnny.
He's not ready. Yes. Go ahead.
Johnny, hold on. First of all, what kind of comparison are you trying to make? Analogy. Aaron Rodgers had to sit, Brett Favre had to sit, Jordan Love had to sit. So that's why Shador Sanders should sit behind Deshaun Watson. What has Deshaun Watson done in the last couple of years that you're putting him in the same conversation as some of the Packers' great quarterbacks? Where are you getting at with that?
I'm just saying, let him sit and learn. That's what I'm trying to say. I was trying to rush him out there and try to say, hey, Deshaun Watson is a bum, but he's still better than some of the quarterbacks out there. You saw what Shador did last year. He came in for 4 games and threw 10 interceptions.
What has Deshaun Watson done in the last 3 years, Johnny?
He been hurt. He ain't did nothing, but before then,
He's
he wasn't
been
a Pro Bowl
terrible when
quarterback.
he's on the field.
When the last time was he on the field? That what's his name? He played terrible, but wasn't he a Pro Bowl quarterback?
No. Not
He
with
never
his time
was a
with
Pro
the
Bowl
Browns.
quarterback?
Absolutely
Well,
not.
he
And if
was
he
a
got
Pro
named a
Bowl
Pro Bowl
quarterback.
quarterback by the Browns, and the NFL is drunk. I know Shador was named a Pro Bowl quarterback last year. That was because they basically have run out of players to actually send to the Pro Bowl to play flag football for a day. But no, Deshaun Watson has been one of the worst quarterbacks in the NFL in the last 4 years.
All right, well, how many years has he played in the last 4 years?
He's played like 19 out of a possible like 68 games. And in those 19 games, he's like ranked in the 40s of NFL quarterbacks.
So you compare him to one bad season, like nobody never had one bad season. Wow,
He's had multiple bad seasons, Johnny. What are you talking about?
How many years he's been playing? How many seasons has he played with the Browns? He only played one season, right?
He came to the Browns, right? He came to the Browns in 2022, and he got suspended for 11 games because of the 24 sexual assault cases against him. And in those 6 games that he played, he had 1,100 yards, 7 touchdowns, and 5 interceptions with a completion percentage of 58%. 2023, he played 6 games. Almost identical numbers, then hurt his shoulder and was done for the year. And they bring in Joe Flacco off the couch, and he leads him to the playoffs. 2024, Deshaun Watson plays 7 games, and again, nearly identical numbers to what he's put up every other year he's been with Cleveland, and then he ruptures his Achilles.
Okay, so he threw 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. That's 50% completion rate. That's pretty dang good, right? You don't think so?
No, it's horrible. It's horrible.
Okay,
Johnny.
all right.
Johnny, I gotta let you go. Johnny, I got to let you go. Now, Johnny's one of our great callers, but man, he's grasping at straws. If you don't think Shador Sanders is very good, and you think that Deshaun Watson, as bad as and he said Deshaun Watson's a bum, that's fine. You think he's marginally better than Shador, that's fine. But then Johnny gets into some hula hoops. He's like the floor is lava. He's trying to defend Deshaun Watson. How? He's indefensible. Indefensible. Absolutely indefensible. The quarterback play that they got from him in 2024 was so god-awful. He couldn't even sniff 200 passing yards in a game. They couldn't even put up 20 points. They couldn't. They couldn't do it. And again, in 2023, he starts the year, hurts his shoulder. They go to Dorian Thompson-Robinson for a couple games, then go to Joe Flacco off the couch out of retirement, and Joe Flacco brings him to the playoffs. Whereas if they stuck with Deshaun Watson, they probably would have won 5 games And in 2022, they started the year with Jacoby Brissett. Watson takes over after the suspension. They were 4-7 when he got there. They finished 7-10. He was terrible. Mid. He's been brutal. Like every major statistic and metric ranking quarterbacks, he's like 4. We had Lindsey Rhodes on before. He's like ranked like 42nd. There's only 32 teams in the NFL. 310-840-4910. We got a break. We'll finish with your phone calls when we come back. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This year they bring in Mike McDaniel. I think this is the group that could take the leap, and I wouldn't be surprised in week 7 or 8 if we're saying that the Chargers are the best offense in the AFC. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but I think it's on the table. I think Buffalo.
Are you on them from let's take it a step further, though. You like them to win the division. Would you suggest to the audience Herbert MVP, Charger AFC Super Bowl tickets are worth having or no?
Herbert MVP I saw dipped under 10-1. At that number, it's probably not great, right? Relatively, because we are still talking about a quarterback that would need to take a pretty sizable leap in efficiency, right? He's never had one of those Burrow-esque or even Stafford-esque or May-esque seasons, right? I think May is a better bet for MVP at the same price than Herbert because May has demonstrated elite offensive efficiency and adds A.J. Brown to the mix, and there's continuity. Whereas with Herbert, it is still a new scheme. It's a little bit different than what he's used to. There isn't that 1A receiver that really puts this offense over the top. I think it's going to be a scheme upgrade that will make them a better offense. But we're still dealing with, again, new OC, new DC for the Chargers. So there's real questions about whether it takes a little bit of time to come in and produce at the level that I think this offense is capable of doing in the McDaniel offense.
This is still a plus money bet. Patriots to miss the playoffs. Shaky line, Super Bowl hangover, plus 172. Sign me up right now for the Patriots at plus 172 to go and miss the postseason. Feeling really, really good about that. You want an under? I'll give you an under. Jacksonville Jaguars. First place schedule. Questions still to me about Lawrence. Division, going to be improved. Texans are good. Colts get Jones back. Titans are going to be spunkier. And the books are giving you 8.5 as a total for the Jacksonville Jaguars. That, my friends, should tell you something. And then the last team I'd be looking to sell. Mentioned Joey Porter Jr. The Pittsburgh Steelers have had a winning record every single year for forever. Like mid 2000s, the last time you're talking about a Steeler team with a losing season. It will happen. Bengals and Ravens, very, very good. First place schedule, not ideal. Give me the Steelers under. Sorry, Mike McCarthy, and sorry, Aaron Rodgers, not getting a 9.
BetMGM Tonight After Dark with Pat Boyle is back.
All right, welcome all back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Final couple of minutes here. We'll turn things over to Linnell Willingham for Westwood One Sports Night. We got a chance to squeeze in one last phone call, so let's try to do that if he is still there. Creed in South Carolina will be our last caller of the night here on BetMGM Tonight. Creed, what's up? How you doing?
Hey. Yes, sir. Every year about this time, I make one big bet on one team, and then I follow that team throughout the year. I have no favorite team. My favorite team is the one that I'm betting on. So last year I got lucky. I bet for the Carolina Panthers to make the playoffs at basically 3-1. They were bad, but it was good enough to win the bet.
Yeah, I said the Panthers are going to win the NFC South as well. So, Creed, that was a great bet by you, brother.
Well, I was thinking this year, and you got to tell me when it's bad, is the Arizona Cardinals, they're 3.5. Instead of going over, I might go over them to go over 4.5. I get pretty good odds at 4.5 if they win 5. And that was what I was thinking, is for Arizona Cardinals to win 4.5. It's like plus 180. Why is Arizona so low? Is it division? Is it the quarterback? Why is it the line? Why are they so low?
Yeah, Creed, I'll let you go, and I'll let you take the comments here off the phone because we only got about a minute and a half as well either way. But, yes, I don't know if the Cardinals are the team that you want to put a lot of your money on this year. It is because of the division. They play in the NFC West, which had 3 teams in the playoffs last year, including the reigning Super Bowl champion Seahawks. The Rams are Super Bowl favorites this year, and you've also got the 49ers, who, if healthy, they're going to be a great team. Then you look at their schedule. Not only do they have to play those teams 6 times, they have to play the AFC West. So they will play the Denver Broncos, the LA Chargers, and the Kansas City Chiefs. The one good thing was that if they played the Raiders early in the season, but they play them late in the season, and that's probably going to be many games under Fernando Mendoza's belt. They play a lot of their easy games late in the year as well, which at that point, if it's a lost season, you might be looking at a bunch of backups with nothing to play for. Like they play the Jets, Saints, Raiders, and Niners to end the season. Not the team I want to be putting my money on because those 5 wins, I don't know where they're coming from. The 4 wins, I don't know where they're coming from. 3 wins, I don't know where they're coming from. Jeremiah Love on top of that, again, high ankle sprain in the first game of preseason. We don't know what his status is looking like for week 1. They do have some offensive talent, but man, that defense is going to be terrible. So Creed, I would say pick a different team. Fun show. Thanks to everybody that called in. Thanks to everybody that texted in. You can keep up with me on Twitter at PatBoyle44. Thanks to everybody that worked so hard on the show. Thanks to our guy Lee DeLapp in our Westwood One studios. Thanks to Brandon Combs, the producer of this program. Thanks to VP Michael Montgomery. Monty. Thanks to my co-host Brad Evans, Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, and Zach Kroll. I'm Pat Boyle. We'll be back here tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern on BetMGM Tonight.
I expect the Giants to be a much more complete team than what they were a year ago. But is it good enough to be first or second in this division? I'm not there yet. I'm all in on the Dallas Cowboys this year. Famous last words. I know. It's very rare that I find myself getting suckered in by America's team. Like, I am not one of these people that's waving cowboy pom-poms. Usually it's way more glass half empty than glass half full with the Cowboys, but their offense is loaded. Dak Prescott is one of the most underrated, underappreciated quarterbacks in the NFL. Like, if you watch the games every Sunday like I do, he's a baller. He's big time quarterback. They got two tremendous receivers. They got a really good tight end. They rediscovered a running game last year. Their offense was as elite as almost any offense in the league a season ago. But their defense was an embarrassment of epic proportions. Between the coaching, between the talent, all of the above. This Giant team is going to be contending with the Cowboys with a much improved defense. Quinn Williams for a full year. Caleb Downs, arguably one of the best draft picks in the first round. And an Eagle team that, always seems to find a way now to win double-digit games.
I am selling all of the Giants stock that anybody bought because of the Harbaugh hire. And I have a lot of doubts about the consistency of this offense this season. I think a lot of people think, and look, the run game could be decent. I think you could sell me a story where the Giants are a pretty effective run game, but even in the Dart good games, a lot of it was third down. A lot of it was chasing explosive plays vertically. I'm not sure the personnel is there offensively to consistently pull that off long term. And I think the defense on the back end, to me, as much as we always love this pass rush and we talk about that, and the defense against the run should be better with Reeder coming in and the rookie, linebacker. Like, you're like, all right, the run game should be a little better, but I have questions about the scheme and I have questions about the back end and the schedule. There's a lot of good quarterbacks on that schedule this year that could probably just pick apart that secondary. So I have a lot of questions about the Giants. I don't think Harbaugh is some massive upgrade in the year 2026 anymore, because he's not giving you the schematic advantage. And I'm not really sure what the innovation is of this Giants offense that's going to surprise me this year. So I am a seller.